Bogrock rolled his head from side to side with a series of loud cracks, shot out his arms and gave a few practice swings of his beloved spiky mace. The tribe had gathered around the two of them, hollering and hooting like wild apes after a kill. Only the shaman was quiet, staring balefully right down at him from behind a mask of blue-woad paint. His challenger, Gracker the Spear, was springing up and down in the mud on his long, nasty-clawed feet. He was taller than Bokrog, rangy in the arms, all gristle and sinew, with no good eating on him. Probably weighed about half as much as him too, especially with the basher armour covering Bogrock's body from head to toe. But his opponent was younger, full of the fire of confidence, and he had a mad toothy grin that Bokrog did not like one bit. Maybe this one would slip his jagged spear blade through a gap in his armour and end it all. Or maybe not. The spiky plate armour had saved his life more than once. Its metal had a strange blue tint to it, and the rest of the tribe said it was lucky, maybe even blessed by Gorkamorka. Carting it around every day, Bokrog didn't feel so blessed. It weighed an absolute ton and made every one of his muscles ache, especially his bad knee. And that was to say nothing of the pounding headache that was now resonating thump 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 in the back of his mind. Too much squig brew the night before, perhaps. Or maybe he was just getting old. The lanky git came for him, spear outstretched. Bokrog snorted in contempt as he parried. He went in to snap the polearm in half, but the spear looped around, avoiding his crushing mace as quick as a snake. The tip shot out and struck him in the gap between chestplate and big-jawed mask. Took a chunk of his throat, too. He felt blood trickle into the pit of his collarbone. If Bogrock hadn't twisted at the last moment, it would have gone right through him. Let the youth get a few hits in. Let him get overconfident. Then the mace would do its work. Another thrust from the spear, too fast. This one clanged off his helm, making his ears ring. Bokrog muscled forward, knee aching in protest, then swung out his mace with a roar of outrage. Gracker hopped back out of his reach, a guttural huh, 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 audible despite the roar of the crowd, before lancing out with his spear once more. This time Bokrog caught it behind the tip with his offhand. He pulled hard, the spiked hilt of his mace coming up to meet the stumbling youth. It caught Gracker in the armpit, tearing away a flap of skin and muscle. The crowd howled its approval as the youth fell back, spitting fury. "Laugh that one off, you git." The spear spun around, hilt out to draw the parry. Then the pointy bit came round so fast that Bokrog couldn't do anything but turn into the blow. It clanged hard off his breastplate, the great slab of metal chiming like a bell. He lowered his head and charged, arms outstretched to stop the youth dodging out of the way. Gracker leapt up, planting a foot on his shoulder and pushing up and over to land with a splash in the middle of the ring. Bokrog staggered on, one hand sliding in the muck as he fought to keep his balance. The laughing crowd was right there, next to him. He felt a boot in the small of his back and another on the back of his neck. Bokrog growled and swung his mace at them, but they had pulled back. That Gracker had plenty of mates here. Too many by half. Bokrog hissed through his teeth. Proper angry now. He stamped forward, ready for that spear to come in once more. He had little choice, given the difference in reach. He just had to take the hit on the armour, and then return the blow with as much. Gracker kicked a spray of mud right into his face. It was all in his eyes, and with his helm on there was no way to wipe it off. Blinded, he charged on instinct. Something hard and killer fast hit him in the knee, the bad knee at that. In a blaze of pain, his leg buckled. The shaman's words drifted through his memory amidst the agony.
"Walk with a limp, Bockrock, and see what it gets you."
He felt a hard kick to his throat, opening the wound there, and he went over in the mud. Too heavy to get up. It felt like he'd swallowed his own tongue. Then a burst of pain shot through his chin, the top of that deadly spear pushing in to gouge at his face. Bockrog roared in indignation as the nasty, jagged blade levered off his mask. He somehow got to his knees, wiping away the muck from his eyes, just in time to see the silhouette of Gregor bringing down his spear like a club. Thwack! Then only darkness. It was twilight when Bockrog came to his senses. The crowd had gone, as had the armour, cut away from him with careless probing knives that had left a dozen gouges and slices in his flesh. He sat up now, taking in the score of wounds gleaming bright red across his body. The thumping in his head was 10 times worse now. Thump, thump, thump. But weirdly, it didn't hurt. Neither did his wounds. Quite the opposite, in fact. His blood fizzed, making him feel strangely energized as he got to his feet. The breeze felt clean on his exposed skin, invigorating even. The shaman was still there, staring balefully.
"You feel it,"
he croaked.
"The thumping sound. It not sound, it feeling."
Something clicked in Bockrog's mind. Above the shaman, the clouds were being blown by a hard wind. One of them looked a bit like a charging boar rider, slowly pushing its way through wall upon wall of thick white clouds. No, not a boar rider. Something far bigger, more primal. A god. The shaman came towards him, dipping his gnarled fingers into a pot of fungus woad. Bockrog let the old orc smear the bright blue pigment on his face and chest, too entranced by the clouds to stop him.
"It's time, isn't it?"
said Bockrog.
"It is. He's coming, isn't he?" "He is." "Better get going, then."
Bockrog shucked off the last of his armour straps, picked up a decent-sized bone from the detritus at the edge of the camp, and set off towards the thumping sound in his head. His knee didn't hurt for once. He felt ready.
"Better add,"
said the shaman, absently, staring up at the clouds.
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. The Cursed Gift.
Vuenthe and her kin have returned, High Oracle, said Siskai.
Marathi did not miss the hint of consternation in the warrior's voice. It was intriguing, for Siskai was one of her ruthless and unflappable killers. "Bring them," said Marathi, her high, cold voice echoing across the hall. No sooner had Siskai hauled open the iron doors of the Helihart's audience hall than a sickly crimson light spilled through from the corridor beyond. The stench of cursed magic met the High Oracle's nostrils. She sat forward, her eyes sparkling with excitement. 6 figures staggered into view, guarded at glaive point by a retinue of Marathi's household guard.
All were cloaked and hooded, and even though the royal chambers were bathed in brazier light, the shadows seemed to flow about their live forms like running water. The shadow stalkers knelt in deference, and Morathi saw that all of them were wrapped in bandages of blood-stained cloth, their faces and bare flesh concealed. Morathi could smell the scent of rotten, spoiled meat. "High Oracle," said the leader of the Shadow Stalkers, a tall, slender figure wearing the mirrored mask of a shroud queen. Voenthi's snaking hair floated about her as if she was underwater. "Your will is done. We bear the blood of Cain." Morathi's lips peeled back from her teeth in a triumphant smile. Voenthe flashed a hand signal, and one of the shade-marked, a female, the twin of a witch elf, sheathed on her hips, came forward, clutching a dark crystal ewer in trembling arm. Morathi recognized the aura of the magic-dampening nullstone, but the container was glowing red and criss-crossed with splintering cracks. "Is this all that you bring me?" The Shroud Queen shook her head. Two of Morathi's household guards approached, dragging with them a small and pitiful figure, a human bound in chains, two bleeding holes where his eyes had once been. He wore the gilded robes of a sorcerer, and two curving horns sprouted from his temples. The man was whispering and giggling to himself, clearly half deranged. "We captured this one within Varanthax's maw," said Voenthe, "one of the Ever-Chosen's filth, tasked with the extraction of Cain's blood. It is from him that we recovered the sample you hold, but I warn you, mistress, this substance is. It is foul, and it is dangerous. A single drop can warp the flesh and—" "It is the blood of Almighty Cain," said Morathi. "Its power is great, yes, but the faithful must not fear its divine touch." She reached out and seized the ewer, feeling the burning heat of its contents through the nullstone receptacle. Here it was, the substance she had sought ever since she had heard rumours of its body-warping potency. Pure Varanite, the molten realm stone of the 8 points. Contained within this ewer was the power to remake one's flesh, and perhaps one's very soul. This was her salvation, her path to a long-desired ascension. A sudden scream snapped Morathi from her thoughts. The elf who had carried the ewer had collapsed to her knees, clasping her skull with bandaged hands, wailing in agony. Morathi glanced over at Siskai, and the iron scale snarled and came forward, shoving the stricken Shadowstalker roughly to the floor. Grabbing a handful of the blood-stained wrappings, the Melusai tore them loose and recoiled with a hiss of disgust. Morathi walked over to the convulsing elf and cocked her head thoughtfully as she examined the effects of the Varanite exposure firsthand. It was not a pretty sight. All the way up the Shadowstalker's body, from her hip to her neck, the flesh had been transformed into dozens of gibbering, snapping mouths, filled with mismatched fangs and lashing tongues. The wretched creature's body was devouring itself. The High Oracle unstopped the ewer and tipped it gently forwards. A single blood-red globule escaped from the crystal container and splashed across the elf's forehead. Almost instantly, the flesh rippled and bubbled like boiling oil, and a foul, sulphurous smoke filled the chamber. Morathi saw the bones of the skull melt and fold, becoming a shapeless lump of matter. Dozens of bloodshot eyes sprouted from nowhere, and barbed tentacles burst forth, tasting the air with obscene, hungry motions. "Fascinating," said Morathi. Then she nodded to Siskai. The iron scale stepped forward and drove her serpent-crested Keldrasath into the twitching monstrosity over and over until it stopped moving. At the same time, the viperic guard advanced and set to butchering the rest of the contaminated Shadowstalkers. They put up no fight as they were slain. Clearly, death came as quite the relief. The captured sorcerer began to howl with laughter. Only a vicious blow from his Melusai captors silenced the mirth. He slumped in their arms, blood pouring from a crushed nose. Of the Shadowstalkers, only Voenthe was left alive. The Shroud Queen's opaque war mask betrayed no hint of its bearer's emotions. "Clearly there is some experimentation to be done," said the High Oracle. "The Varanite will need to be tempered, its mutative qualities suppressed. Fortunately, I have some experience in such matters. Tell me this, Voenthe. Can we recover more?" Voenthe seemed to hesitate just a moment before answering. "Much more, High Oracle. The Ever-Chosen's agents have transformed Varanthax's Maw into a center of infernal industry. They utilize demon creatures to draw Varanite up from beneath the crust of the 8 Points." The Shroud Queen gestured to her human prisoner. "This one, he knows much about the Ever-Chosen's plans. He serves the great summoner, known as the Eater of Tomes, the wretch whom Archeon tasks with extracting the substance." "You have served me well, Voenthe," said Morathi, placing a hand upon her agent's shoulder. "My life for Cain, mistress." "Indeed," said Morathi. Voenthe did not see the knife that plunged into her heart. The Shroud Queen's body slumped to the floor. The High Oracle regretted having to dispose of such a useful asset, but likely had already been contaminated, and in any case, what had transpired within these chambers had to stay between Morathi and her Skaithborn for now. She had plenty more agents bearing the Merkarth shademark at her disposal. "Now," said Morathi, turning to the eyeless captive, "you and I have much to discuss, human, beginning with this. What does the Ever-Chosen plan to do with the Realmstone he is gathering?"
"My lips are sealed,"
cackled the sorcerer, chorting wetly through broken teeth.
"Sealed."
Morathi sighed. "Take him to the dungeons." In the end, the prisoner spoke freely and desperately. When Morathi had finished squeezing every drop of information out of the mewling lump of meat, she left the pain dungeons, wiping blood from her ritual knife. Siske was waiting. The commander of the High Oracle's household guard did not speak, but Morathi could sense the Melusai's intrigue. She let the warrior stew for several minutes as they climbed the curving stair to her private chambers, past a gallery of statues, defeated foes, trapped forever in their final moment of agony. "The Ever-Chosen plans to unseal the gates of Azir," said the High Oracle at last. "He will corrupt the gates with Varanite, transforming them into portals of chaos energy through which his armies will march upon the heavens." Siske thought about that for a moment before answering. "What concern is that of ours?" Morathi smiled. "It is an amusing prospect, is it not? But we cannot allow it to happen. Not yet, at least. For now, our alliance with Sigmar must remain intact, no matter how much it galls me to pretend that the simple-minded fool is my equal. Indeed, I believe we shall strengthen our bonds. This intelligence presents me with an intriguing opportunity. Siskar did not speak. The terseness was one of the things that Morathi most valued about the Scathborn. I require more Varanite, said the High Oracle. Much more. Summon the Viperic God, and make ready to travel. I must speak to the man-god directly. Once Sigmar learns of the knife at his throat, he will surely join his cause to that of Hagnar. If all goes well, he will help me lay claim to that which I seek. Then the real work can begin.
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. The price of treason.
Give him a volley! Sergeant Haskell tasted the bitter tang of Voltamite as flame and smoke erupted from the barrels of a dozen muskets. The disciplined fire cut down a score of the advancing enemy, each well-aimed ball punching a hole through steel plate, flesh and bone. But it was not enough. More elven warriors came striding across the sodden ground, the tips of their long spears gleaming in the mist, their tower shields locked in perfect formation. One of their number held aloft a profane banner, emblazoned with foul iconography and two familiar and despised words. Harcuron. Harcuron. That was the name the Cainites and their fellow insurrectionists had given to Haskell's home city of Anvilgard, the city they had sacked in the name of the arch-traitor Morathi. Haskell's hatred all but choked him. So many comrades dead and lost, and soon the sorry remnants of his command would join them. This time there would be no retreat. "Second ranks, fire!" he roared, and another rippling volley scythed across the enemy. Then the elven spearmen were at the foot of their makeshift barricades. With eerie calmness, they began to haul themselves over the muddy ridge, ignoring the bayonets that jabbed down at them.
"It's been an honor, lads," Haskell said. "Let's show these faithless curs how the Charwind Rangers meet their fate."
Not for nothing were the Rangers considered elite soldiers amongst the ranks of the Anvilgard Free Guild. Haskell's platoon fought like angered griffhounds, taking up hatchets, daggers, and billy clubs, and hurling themselves into the fray. But the enemy numbered were at least 70 to their paltry dozen, and they were not exhausted and starving from weeks of flight through the sweltering jungles of the Charwind coast. With cold focus and dexterous skill, the elven warriors drove Haskell's soldiers to the ground, impaling them with precise thrusts of their spears, or battering them into unconsciousness with the skull-marked bosses of their shield.
"Traitors!"
Haskell roared. The sergeant flipped his musket, catching it by the barrel and swinging the heavy ironwood stock underneath a raised shield to sweep an oncoming elf off his feet. The elf rolled and came up with blinding speed, his eyes as blank and emotionless as those of a flayer shark. With one hand, Haskell cleared his pistol from its holster and fired. There was an eruption of pink mist as his enemy was sent toppling away. Dropping the musket, Haskell cracked open the breech of his pistol and rammed home another bullet. The ranks of the elven spearmen opened, and a figure strode regally through the gap, pale skin glistening in the fading light. She wore a robe of midnight and carried a forked staff of gold. A thick mane of white hair whipped about her cruel, angular features as she fixed her gaze upon Haskell.
The sergeant raised his pistol, but before he could even squeeze the trigger, the elf woman uttered a single, harsh word. Agonizing pain enveloped Haskell from head to toe, as if his skin were immersed in boiling acid and frenzied rats were clawing their way loose from his innards. He toppled to the marshy ground, gasping and writhing, grinding his teeth together so fiercely that he felt them splinter in his mouth. Blood poured from his eyes and nose. Through a blurry haze of agony, he saw the elf witch approach, staring down at him as if he was nothing more than a bug that she had crushed beneath her toes. "Tedious creatures," she said. "Do you lack the wit to even understand your time is over?" Haskell tried to curse her as a betrayer, but all he could manage was a wordless groan. "Kill them all," his tormentor said, "and be quick about it. I tire of hunting these parasites." Two of the witch's blank-eyed minions loomed over Haskell. As they raised their spears, he closed his eyes and awaited the God King's judgment. "Hold there, Governor." The clear, commanding voice carried across the clearing, above the groans and wailing of the wounded. Haskell blinked and saw a gleaming spear point hovering a hair's breadth from his eyeball. The sorceress had raised a hand and was now staring towards a solitary figure draped in a lizard-skin cloak, his hands resting easily upon the hilts of the two jeweled scimitars at his belt. The newcomer was another elf, and judging by his gaudy finery and the tattoos and vicious scars that crisscrossed his bald skull, he was of the Scourge, one of the beast-hunting Corsair elves. Any hope that Haskell had of rescue was dashed immediately, for these privateers had been amongst the first to turn their cloaks at Morathai's behest. Indeed, Haskell knew these cold-blooded killers all too well, for the Chowwind Rangers had fought beside the Scourge in many a vicious border war. He found himself wishing his fate lay in the elf witch's hands, after all. "I am Uveth Trask of the Tide Serpent," said the Corsair, "and I lay claim to these prisoners." "You have no authority over me, sea scum," said the sorceress, her words dripping with contempt. "I serve Drusa Creath herself, and the Coven Matron has ordered all loyalists within 100 leagues of Harcuron to be purged. Begone." The Scourge elf strolled closer. Apparently unbowed by the glittering array of spears and repeater bows now aimed in his direction. "The Violeth are ours," he said, "as agreed with Morathi Kane herself. No one denies the Scourge their due, Governor, and I will not ask a second time. You dare threaten me?" spat the elf witch. "Seize this fool at once. I will enjoy peeling the skin from his arrogant bones." Several pale-eyed spearmen advanced, spears lowest at Trask's gut. The bald elf shrugged and raised a slender finger to the skies. So be it." There was a whistling rush of air, and black-flighted bolts grew from the throats of the elf witch's thralls. They toppled, twitching, more missiles riddling their frames. Haskell rolled to the side, placing one of the dead elves between him and the sudden storm. Trask's twin scimitars were in his hands in an instant, and he darted across the clearing towards the sorceress, rolling to avoid the bolts of black flame that she hurled towards him. Blades clashed upon metal as the elf witch lashed out with her staff, her face twisted with fury. More missiles came whipping through the air, cutting down blank-eyed elfin warriors in droves, even as they reformed their shield wall with silent efficiency. Then, with blood-curdling cries, figures spilled from the swamp groves all around the clearing. Corsairs and green-cloaked forest elves, but also humans besides, the latter wearing tattered tunics of black and scarlet. "Until God endures," they roared, and Haskell felt the first stirring of hope he had known in days. He staggered to his feet and scrabbled in the mud for his loaded pistol.
His fingers closed around the reassuring coldness of its ironwood grip. No more than a dozen feet away, the Corsair captain exchanged a lightning flurry of blows with the elf witch, who parried and slammed her staff into Trask's midriff before locking her weapon horizontally across his neck. "You side with humans," she spat, pressing down upon the Corsair's throat, "against your own kind. My fate is mine alone to decide," said Trask, his face twisted as he tried to break her grip, "and I'll have no part of the Shadow Queen's delusions." Haskell's hands were trembling, but he braced himself against the corpse of a slain elf and took the shot. His aim was true, and the elf witch screeched and whirled, clutching at a bloodied shoulder. Her gaze flashed towards him, promising death. She thrust her hand at his chest like a claw. At that moment, Trask's twin scimitars plunged through her gut. The sorceress gave a piercing shriek, and then her pitch-black eyes rolled back in her skull. The Corsair eased the corpse free from his blades and turned to Haskell. "Good enough," he said, with a grudging nod. Approaching, the elf extended a hand and hauled the sergeant to his feet. Around them, the sounds of battle had faded. Haskell saw his wounded being seen to by their rescuers, while Corsairs walked amongst the bodies of the foe, dispatching the survivors with efficient thrusts. "Can you and your people still fight?" said Trask, wiping his blades clean on a dead spearman. "Aye," said Haskell, "but I don't understand. Why?" "Because not every elf of Anvilgard wants a part of this madness," said Trask. "And because there are those of us in the Scourge fleets who know not to mistake a mask of benevolence for the serpent's face beneath. Take up your weapons. There is a great deal of killing to be done."
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. Thicker than water.
"Watch, Scythus." He does so. His Arcalian mother has ordered it, so Scythus Nematar, scion of the Ironrack, stares from the window of their coral manor out into the open abyss. He is not sure he wants to. The Nematar family's stronghold stands towards the edge of Priam City, overlooking the kelp fields where the Namarti labour. As a result, he has an unobscured view of the wild alapexes tearing through half-souled thralls just beyond the walls. Scythus's keen eyes, attuned to the ocean's lightless gloom, can pick out where the water is being darkened by gore jetting from broken bodies. "I thought." Scythus pauses as his mother glances at him. He is not really paying attention to the Namarti, and he knows their suffering is not the point. Scythus cares only for the alopexes. Something in their bewitching, single-minded frenzy speaks to him. As a band of Arcalians, led by an Embaler priest, move to corral the beasts, he swallows, searching for words. "You thought they were our creatures," his mother finishes. Then she does something so unexpected it will stay with him even over centuries of blood and brine. His mother kneels and rests a hand upon his shoulder. Instantly the Ideneth child wishes to recoil, but she does not relent, and so neither shall he. "They are our creatures only as long as our will remains paramount," his mother says. Scythus listens, even as he watches the Embaler's arm being ripped away in a sudden snapping flurry. "Falter, and they become predators, like any other. Remember that, in their hearts They are only predators. Scythus opens his eyes. He grimaces. He grimaces often now. It has been that way since a Canaanite murder maiden carved off half his face at Hagnar. This campaign along Akshwi's Charwind coast, in which they now fight alongside that bloodthirsty order to silence townships once bound to Anvilgard, has not improved his mood. But High King Alternos has commanded it, and so his strong right hand will see it done. Huntmaster Nematar had been recovering from a blow dealt by Marathi herself when the alliance had been struck. He would, unsurprisingly therefore, have argued against joining with the murder god's daughters. Yet the Idoneth played their part in the fall of Anvilgard, and when the God King's hammer descends, it may strike against them too. To ensure that no word of their treachery, call it what it is, all things considered, reaches his ear, he will go to any length. They have slaughtered 4 Sigmarite settlements now to that end. This is the 5th. Seated atop his deep mare steed, Nematar watches the last defenders try to rally. The human soldiers can barely move amidst the crashing ether sea, whilst the elves are as packs of maddened Fangamoras. The daughters take their time to purge every street, screaming war oaths around their vile cauldron. The statue atop that wheeled altar has already been subtly altered, its features made more reminiscent of the reborn Marathi Cain. Nematar sees it. He wonders if the Cainites do. His own blood-serf hunt, at least, fights with customary efficiency. The death they deal is quick, if not clean, for the alopexes that his elite Arcalians ride are always kept ravenous. But Nematar knows that it is not cruelty that motivates his bound beasts. They hunt because they know nothing else, and in them he sees kindred spirits. The huntmaster nods as a shoal of alopex riders passes, before dismounting and dropping to the slick flagstones of the town square. Within a near sub-vocal murmur, Nematar bids his deep mare slay as it wishes. His last mount was killed in the vaults of Marathi's citadel, but he knows this creature will return when he summons it. There has yet to be a beast he cannot break. He marches through the water and gore pooling at his feet towards the town's conclave chamber. The cool, echoing darkness is a welcome reprieve from the clamour outside. But that is not why he has come. The sweet aroma given off by Charwind flora burning in nearby braziers is near overpowering, but he remains focused at the figure at the heart of the chamber. Pristine white robes sway over a glittering armour and a sunmetal blade. The elf remains perfectly poised as he watches Nematar enter, head inclining in a nod. Huntmaster, you know me. We fought the demons together at Tor Glimmerous, the Lumineth Blademaster replies. Disdain threatens to overwhelm Nematar's cool demeanour. That such alliances between the mage god's estranged children do occur does not mean that he has to acknowledge it. You knew I was here? The Lumineth continued. The Soul Scryers confided their suspicions in me as we approached. Kin should deal with kin, and you have no room to chide. We know your kind's game, inveigling yourself with these vileth, and tugging at their puppet strings, whilst wearing the mask of the advisor. So classically Idoneth a statement, blind to all nuance outside your own desperate selfishness. Unity has its uses, or at least it did until you shattered those bonds. What do you think will happen now our enemies see civilization's defenders at each other's throats? Do you feel the dark powers will spare you more than the Thunderer will? Or is it your plan to hide, as always, and position Marathi's zealots in the onslaught's path before they do the same to you? Nematar does not acknowledge such lecturing. He draws his sword, raising it in a quick salute. The Lumineth responds, and the two elves hurl themselves at one another. What follows is not a drawn-out affair. The Lumineth is swift, and his great sword opens a score of wounds across the Idoleth's pale flesh. But Nematar's soul is that of the predator. Rip, tear, feast. Seeing the most minute of openings, Nematar breaks the exchange of blades to lash out. The Lumineth staggers as his sword clatters to the ground, severed hands still gripping the handle. Dropping to his knees, he readies himself and gives the nod. Nematar's sword rises. Stop! And despite everything, Nematar does. Wrathful humours surge once more as he turns to face the intruder. Nearathia, his counterpart in the Cainite coven, strides into the chamber alongside her entourage as if she were the Shadow Queen herself. Blood coats her body and drips from her knives in bright crimson trails. Smirking, she shakes her head before glancing at the Lumineth. Temper, Nematar. Remember our terms. We are permitted to choose the finest sacrifice for Marathi Kane, and right now that is this shining sun. She almost spits at the mutilated elf, features creasing in viperous glee. Before he realizes it, Nematar's grip tightens around his weapon. It's so. Careful! Nearithia turns whipcord fast, blade levelled. Her taunting cadence does not match the murder dancing in her eyes. For a moment, Nematar wants to release the shameful fury rolling within him, to cleave and rend until the chill of the ocean depths suffuses him once more. The Hag Queen continues, nonetheless. Think, Huntmaster. If we fight, our warriors fight. If our warriors fight, our people fight. And if they fight, the goddess and your high king fight again. Those were not your king's orders, were they? They were not. Good. Nearithia nods as the tension slowly drains, her entourage hauling the Lumineth out towards the waiting altars. Had we fallen out, I would have hated to ruin the other side of that handsome face. She laughs, just as she did when slicing into him at Hag Nar. For a moment their gazes lock, and Nematar cannot help but think of the empty black eyes of a wild alopex. She looks away, and all he has are memories of blood in the water, and a mother's warning. Come, Huntmaster. We have 4 more settlements to attend to, and I feel we are finally starting to understand one another.
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. In the deep, dark mountain.
It's dead squinty in here, innit? Said Slorgo, banging his immense head against a stalactite for the 3rd time in as many minutes. Can't hardly see me wounds. That's the point, idiot, growled Brogriff, the largest and the oldest of the Merg brothers. His gravelly voice sent rock dust trickling down from the cave roof.
What's the matter? Your head still on sideways after that Goldie with the shiny hammer gotcha? Maybe a bit, admitted Slorgo.
They'd all taken a beating in some form or another and had nothing to show for it but a fresh crop of injuries. He pulled an arrow out of the meat of his shoulder, made of metal instead of wood. The projectile let fly a little crackle of electricity as he removed it, along with a spurt of blood. Bloody Goldies always had to go one better than the others. Slorgo spat a wad of thick saliva on his palm and slapped it over the wound to seal it.
That was the whole point of spending the best part of a day stacking all them boulders and slabs and whatnot to shore up the entrance. Give us a bit of peace. Give us time to, catch our breath, heal up a bit.
A grunt came from the back of the massive cave.
Run away, more like.
Mangor was just visible as a hulking shape, sat with his elbows on his knees and his head bowed. The young war-stomper had been in a foul mood ever since the light of the bad moon had slid behind the clouds, and the crazy glint in his eye had faded altogether. His ankles and feet were a right mess, hacked near to the bone by the red-haired stunties during the disastrous attack on the Tusk Vault to the south. Slorgo made a face. He had to admit his little brother, if you could call someone large enough to flatten a horse with one hand little, had a point.
We shouldn't be skulking in here,
he muttered, shaking his head.
We was born to smash walls down, not to spend all day building 'em up so we can hide like a bunch of weaklings. What was that, Slog?
Said Brogriff, his eyes narrow and his voice heavy with malice.
Nothing,
said Slorgo, shaking his head. He heard that sound again, then. Heard it whenever he cocked his head just so. Thump, thump, thump it went. Something big, sounded like. Stooping right down and putting his hands flat on the ground, he pressed his ear to the cold, rough stone.
Here,
he said.
You hear that, lads?
Mangor just shrugged. Turning away, Brogriff growled.
Not going on about that bloody thumping sound again, are you? You really can't hear it. It's probably the sound of your thick noggin jumping against the roof, you lanky git. I'll give you a thumping if you're so keen on it.
Nah, said Slorgo.
It's more like...
Then there was a colossal boom. Slorgo felt like he'd been punched sideways by a fist as big as a house. His eyes stung like crazy, and he scraped his arm up something fierce against the cave wall. But it was his head that hurt the most, his ears ringing with a thin whine, despite feeling they were stuffed up with invisible gunk. A bit of light came, then, from the corner of the cave. Something was coming through. Lots of somethings, in fact, all muscly and fat at the same time. He picked up a boulder and lobbed at them. Its aim was off. The rock exploded above the gap the things had blasted in the wall, but they shrugged it off. Ogres. They'd pull you down if there was enough of them. He'd even heard tales of them chomping fallen gargants while they were still alive. They were smallish in comparison to a gargant, but not as little as pipsqueaks, and big enough to carry another boom. This time he felt sharp pain in his shins, big enough to carry those big metal shooters the pipsqueaks liked to make, the ones the gargants knew to watch out for. Cannons. Brogriff's face loomed up through the murk, hideous enough to shock him back to his senses. His older brother had been lightning-zapped up and down at the Tusk Vault, burning him from head to toe, and it hadn't made him any prettier.
Get him, you idiot!
He bellowed as he stomped past, swinging his club hard enough to smash two of the cannon-toting ogres to bloody mush. Another explosion. Something whizzed past Slorgo's face. He saw more of the little fat things pushing through the hole they'd blown in the cave wall. There were a lot of them. They had grey-green skin, stained with soot, rank muscle and flab, lit by the little fire sticks they were using to light their cannons.
By their wide eyes and wider grins, the ogres were enjoying themselves. Some had little grot mates that were rolling barrels towards Brogroff across the stony floor. Given the fact the barrels had hissing ropes of fire poking out of them, they weren't full of the good stuff. Mangor loomed out of the darkness and dropped a slab on him, squashing the barrels flat in a blaze of fire and catching an ogre's leg into the bargain. The little git dropped his cannon, squealing like a stuck boar. Mangor picked up the metal gun thing and lobbed it at the thick press of ogres coming through the gap. It hit the ogre boss at the front, rebounding off the massive green plate of armour over his gut and staggering him for a moment. He roared in anger, waving his big spiky mace for his mates to charge. More cannon fire. The smell of gun smoke and blood was cloying and thick, so much so that Slogo felt it stinging his throat. He could just make out something big in the press. A couple of wagons, it looked like, each pulled by a rhinox, and each with a truly impressive cannon mounted on the back. Slogo raised a foot high and stomped one of the eaters, rushing him as he moved in to get a closer look. The little thug burst nicely, his cannon rolling away with a dull clank. Another explosion. This time, Slogo went down. They all did. The cave entrance, a moment ago blocked by the Mega-Gargant's thick wall of basalt slabs and boulders, yawned wide. Pushing through it was a huge horned bull skull, so big it would have taken all three of the brothers Murg to lift it, mounted on a colossal battering ram. Slogo could just about pick out the teams of Troggoths and Gargants that had pushed it into position through the dust of pulverized rock. And there, standing atop the thing, was the king of the Oryx, Gordrak. Even Slogo knew his name.
"Enough of that bloody racket,"
boomed the Oryx king.
"Enough mucking around with mountains and dusty old vaults. We got a proper fight lined up in the open this time. You lot."
At this he waved one of his toothy axes, a gesture that took in not only the Murgs, but also the clave-dwelling ogres that stood stupefied in awe.
"And I mean all of you. You're coming with me. We're heading east, lads. Got a city to smash."
The raucous cheer was taken up by those behind him, spreading and growing so loud it echoed through the open cave. Even the ogres joined in, slinging their cannons and emerging into the light to get a better look at the titanic battering ram outside the cave. Slogo felt a strange and vital energy buzzing in his veins. Standing up to his full height, he could see a sea of greenskins that stretched to the limits of his vision. He smiled, cold mountain air whistling through his missing teeth, and then laughed, high on the thought of crushing an entire city under his stomping feet. Those pipsqueak humans were about to get the kicking they so richly deserved.
The hateful stasis.
It was a revel unlike any other. It was a parade of sin that would scar a realm for generations, an outpouring of depravity to compete with those that raged through the absent prince's own halls. Angestharax was missing it. The Lord of Pain did not recall pledging his allegiance to treacherous Zeech. Shifting blues and lurid heliotrope pink had never been his colours, nor did he particularly lust for command over the sorcerous arts. Yet, surely, he mused, such a change of heart must have occurred for him. To be blessed with such a tritely ironic fate. Had it not been he who had besieged the black towers of the Canaanite elves? Was it also not he, most artfully agonizing of Slaaneish's beloved, who had sailed with the herald Sinhart to Hagnar, and bought time for ungrateful Morathi to complete her petty ritual and bring the prophecy of parturition to pass? And for this devoted service, the Lord of Pain had been relegated to leading the Sybarites that defended Urglu's abyssal hollow, allowing those in the shadow of their protean god-spawn to offer their ecstatic worship. It is outrageous, Getheriax muttered as he stared from atop the rocky outcrop into the murky depression below. It is an abominable insult. Abominable! Pasathan screeched at his side. That Getherax had not been addressing the Blissbob archer did not seem to register, as Pasathan flung his arms wide, gilded chains rattling where they did not loop through flesh. A truly odious— Shut up, the Lord of Pain snapped. By the 6 delightful hells, shut up! I never thought fawning could aggravate me so until I met you. The urge to stave in the Blissbob's skull flared up, and not for the first time. Githerax was reaching for his unsheathed mace when the Painmaster Ral stepped to his right. Our scouts have returned. More are coming. Ral's voice was unemotive, almost to the point of parody. Githerax could tell little about the Myrmidesh beneath their gilded helm. His anger forgotten as quickly as it had arrived, the Lord of Pain sighed and clicked his tongue. The blood god's whelps? He asked, rolling his eyes as Ral nodded. Even since the revel had begun, Khorne's armies had been hurling themselves against the abyssal hollow. A maddening influence had taken hold of them that saw them barrel through the trickster mists of Ulgu to assault this sacred ground in near constant waves. Some had come close to breaching the defences, leaving mounds of butchered Hedonites in their wake. This latest incursion was likely no more than a warband, but Githerax was not so blithe a tactician to discount it. Ral shrugged. They name themselves the Gore Slake. Naturally. It's always gore this, skulls with that, with them, muttered the Lord of Pain. Another cacophony of delirious ecstasy arose from behind the Sybarite defences as the god thing pulsated. From the way Ral exhaled and Pasathan shrieked, it seemed that they felt the writhing in their souls too. Yet all that left Githerax was a frustrated growl. What about the ones on Nifroth's Ridge? What were they called? The Flayed. The Flayed. Now that is a name. Githerax beamed, sudden ebullience filling him. Crude, but it showed a bit of imagination on their part. No sooner had he finished speaking than howled battle cries heralded the arrival of a mass of bloodreavers who emerged from the murk at a loping charge. The Lord of Pain straightened and clapped Ral's shoulder with a furious grin. Well then, perhaps this won't be all bad. Even as rains of barbed arrows fell upon them, the Bloodreavers' charge never faltered, murder flashing in their eyes. As they crashed against Ral's Painbringers, the melee became a maelstrom of joyous, howling screams. Ral wielded wielded their blade with customary flair, severing the heads of two barbarians in a precise swing, even as another of the Myrmidesh were hacked apart under a flurry of axe blows.
Pain Lord!
As Getherax lifted his barbed mace from the spasming wreckage of a blood reaver, a guttural voice attracted his attention. The hulking, horned figure shouldered his kin aside with an irrepressible fury, muscles flexing beneath ruddy flesh. The brute soon drew up before Getherax and hefted an oversized axe, skull rune of corn blazing where it was carved into his chest.
I am Ranus, born of demons, Deathbringer of...
Normally I would hear your oafish posturing out in full, the Lord of Pain cut in, sighing as the Deathbringer flinched in surprise. But I am in a foul humour today. Can we hurry this along, wretch? With a roar, Ronos flung himself forward with a speed that caught the Lord of Pain quite off guard. Getherax staggered as the axe sunk into his bare chest. It was not a deep cut, or at least a lethal one, but the champion felt his spirit soar once more as blessed agony coursed through him. Hurling himself backwards, blood sheeting from the wound, Getherax laughed and parried a follow-up strike with a shaft of his bludgeon. For a time, the two simply traded blows, Ronos's bloody rage seeing him shrug off torturous impacts as Getherax darted aside from the Deathbringer's axe. The Lord of Pain was preparing to deliver some new acerbic remark when a rush of mania filled his soul. The frenzied straining of something desperate to be born writhed against reality's shackles with such force that it set the aether quaking. All the Hedonites felt it, a fire in the mind that spurred them on to greater murder-making. Setting upon a staggered Ronos with renewed fury, Getherax was barely in control of himself, and only loosely aware as the head of his mace crashed against the foe's skull, over and over and over. The honey-sweet intoning of his name snapped the Lord of Pain from his frenzy. Staggering, he glanced down to the ruin of brutalized flesh that had been Ronos, born of demons. As the last few blood reavers fell around him, his attention, however, was irrepressibly drawn to the luminous figure before him. Clavia Sinhart's smile was beatific as they stood atop a carpet of writhing, moaning bliss barbs. Even for one of the Dark Prince's handmaidens, the demon had always possessed an otherworldly quality. Since arriving at the Abyssal Hollow, they had become practically radiant, their opalescent eyes filled with divine purpose. Even as he scowled, he fought not to be smothered by those hypnotic orbs. You promised me glory, Divine One. You said I was to stand at the side of the prince. He overspat his words, levelling his mace at the demon. Yet I am condemned to this. Sinhart cooed. One of the demon's slender arms extended, a hand brushing the champion gently beneath the chin. Anger ebbed from the Lord of Pain as he felt his soul twitch. Our loyal realm strider. So many prove themselves false. But not you. You have always been a true servant. The time of Genesis will come, when we are blessed with hearing the divine voice and witnessing the glittering talons that will shear reality in twain. Who will it be known for with such vigor? Glavia was flattering him, he knew, yet was was flattery not a sacrament to the Dark Prince, and if indeed his pride trapped him in this task, then was that itself not a form of worship? But when the Lord of Pain asked, gazing at the demon as fury was replaced with rapturous need, when will it be time? Clavia's Shuric smile only widened as they looked up, gazing to a horizon no other could see. When the mirror of men's minds lies open to us, and the stolen banquet is offered once more, then, my sweetling, then all we desire will become ours. Tales from the Age of Sigmar.
The Squint.
Scragrot screwed up his eyes and rubbed the heels of his scrawny palms into the sockets, trying his best to massage away some of the throbbing pain that pulsed through his head. Thump, thump, thump it went, as insistent as if there was something trapped inside his fungus-addled brain pan. Something big was coming, something that was just dying to shatter his skull and break out in an explosion of gribbly bits, like spore dust of a head-cracker fungus. It put him in an excessively bad mood. The bawling, raucous din of the marching horde wasn't helping his headache. Fingering the pebble-like glimmerings in the hidden pocket of his robes, purchased at great cost in quicksilver and worn smooth by his constant rubbing, he stopped and took in the vast army crossing the vista of the Gurish hinterlands. Tens of thousands of aurochs of every conceivable breed, shape, and shade of green spread from east to west, each dead set on unleashing their own brand of violence on the Humy city at the march's end. Among them were not only Scragrot's fellow Moon Clan, shuffling black triangles teeming in the ochre dust, but also Grimscuttle lads on their giant black arachnids, stupefied Troggoths caught up in the romp, growl-bellied ogres, and even 100-foot megagargants that blotted out the sun as they passed. He had plans for the latter contingent, but for now he had to bide his time. In truth, he was not enjoying it one bit. For a time, the mood of violent joy had been contagious, and Scragrot found himself caught up in it, grinning like the bad moon itself, until the muscles on the back of his head hurt from leering. But it had been weeks since they set off, and they were still thousands of miles away from their destination. The constant din of the greenskin march, a fizz of wah energy, always on the brink of exploding into a frenzy of violence, was playing on his nerves something chronic. If it wasn't for the fact that Gordrak was at the head of the sprawling column, the whole thing would have collapsed in on itself a long time ago. But no one wanted to risk the wrath of the Fist of Gork, least of all Scragrot, after all he'd gone through to get the giant lummox on side. "Boss!" shouted one of the runners, a snarl-fang riding grot by the name of Spitey, who came pounding up on his growling steed in a blurring puff of dust.
"Boss, your nutters are off again, doing this."
The rider made a face, sticking his tongue out and waggling his ears.
"Dead funny to watch, but one of 'em's spewing out black smoke from his eyes, and it stinks funny."
Scragrot gave a shuddering sigh, turning back and making for the cage full of captives he kept at the back of the column, while all the while enduring the jeers and accusations of orcs stomping past him. Some glorious leader he made, here in Gur, without his pointy throne. At least back in Scrapper Skill, the bigger greenies knew how to treat him with something approaching respect. The cage of Scrap was as ugly as sin, all sharp edges and rust, juddering along on 6 mismatched wheels, with a persistent metallic squeak that did Scragrot's head in, but it was absolutely necessary to keep the seers within from gathering their wits. A great wooden effigy of the Bad Moon had been chained atop the cage to keep its inhabitants cowed into submission, and most of the time it worked. Scragrot had ordered the portable prison to be dragged around with him ever since he had set off to join forces with Gordrak, goading his most trusted Troggoths to push it through the Shamonic Realm Gate under Bigger Hill, and having them haul it all the way out here to the middle of the Gurish nowhere. He told the lads it was to keep his hand in when it came to torture, but the truth was that the seers and prophets inside were invaluable for glimpsing future events. He was unable to visit the fungal asylum under Scrapper Spill on the march, so instead he'd brought the best bits with him. Those that hadn't already been claimed by the fungus-riddled walls of the place, that is. Spitey had been right. The inhabitants were moaning, gibbering, and gurning as their bony hands gripped the bars. One of them was shuddering on the floor, thin trails of black smoke trailing from his eyes. Clearly, they'd had a bit too much of Gordrak's war as well.
"Shut it!"
screamed the Loon King.
"Shut your bleeding mouths, or I'll slit your guts wide open. You speak only when I tells you."
He marched up to the cage and jumped up onto the running board, giving the captive prophets as much evil eye as he could muster. They all shrank back, the dark tidesman from Shaish always gibbering about the secrets of Lunagast, the Azurite in his tattered robes, constellations of silver thread glinting amongst the dirt, even the gaunt elf, blind and hideous since Scragrot had poked out his eyes. All bar one. A towering, tattered-robed Git stood fast. The swirling pink and blue tattoos on his face seemed to writhe and glow from within, as he clutched the least wonky of the cage's bars and met Scragrot's gaze without faltering. The Seer of the Crystal Isle, he called himself. He snarled and opened his mouth to speak. Scragrot punched his teeth in. His whole fist fit in there just about, and he let go of the glimmerings he had been clutching in his clammy palm. He yanked his hand back amongst strings of blood and saliva, leaving 3 of the strange pebble things in the Gittish seer's gob, as the rest clattered under the cage's uneven tin floor.
"Choke on that,"
said Scragrot, watching with a great deal of satisfaction as the fancy seer started to shudder, rattling the cage's bars and frothing at the lips.
"Get that down your neck, you mouthy git, and puke your secrets back out nice and fast."
The seer gave vent to a rising moan, starting so low it sounded like a Troggoth's rumble, and reaching a piercing shriek at the boiling of a Brugit's kettle. He slammed into the cage bars, as if pushed by a giant invisible hand, his face a hand's breadth from Scragrot's pointy nose, and stared furiously at him, one eye spiraling pink, the other blue. Those eyes seemed to grow larger and larger, until Scragrot felt he was sinking into them, drowning in them. The Seer of the Crystal Isle was no longer a bare-footed, tattered mendicant, but a towering magister, bedecked in scintillating silk and fluted armor plates, somehow outside the cage and simmering with anger. He had not 2 eyes but 3, one dead center in his forehead. That new eye burned with such intensity that Scragrot had to narrow his eyes, as if looking straight into the Haitian sun, but he could not tear his gaze away. He felt his soul wither like a bare hand held in the mouth of a furnace. Larger and larger grew the sorcerer, his mouth opening impossibly wide to spill avalanches of pebble-like glimmering.
"You seek prophecy, wretch. You go to your death," he boomed. "The gate will shatter, the earth will tear, the sky will eat the storm, and the serpent's tide will rise. The change's riddle is born anew by the splitting mirror of the Dark Prince."
Scragrot cowered, mind aflame. Back at the Spill he had been in 2 minds about caging this one, but the magnitude of his error was only now becoming clear. He was a prey creature, trapped without hope of escape by its natural predator. His limbs shivered uncontrollably, and he sank down, staring up at the still growing terror of the feathers, robes, and back-jointed limbs that were unfurling above him to eat him whole. And there, over its shoulder, was the moon. It was whispering something. Scragrot strained to hear, leaning up, getting taller, somehow, getting closer, swelling with power as he focused on the moon, even as it shrugged off its chains.
"You what?"
said the Loon King, his voice that of a million troglodytes all shouting at once.
"You bleeding what?"
He was a giant now, far taller than the gargants that had receded into the grey murk of the column, nothing more than a backdrop against that which really mattered, the Chaos Worshipper who had dared to attack him. Scragrot gathered the moon's chains in a gnarled fist the size of a boulder and heaved. With great effort he swung it around and around, his heels tracing erratic spirals in the dust as he gathered momentum. The moon effigy cackled and laughed as it whooshed through the glittering air, a tail of sickly yellow-green fire trailing from its craters. The feathered titan before him reached out, 9 taloned limbs reaching to rip his soul apart. But this time Scragrot was ready. Letting go of his lunar wrecking ball, it struck the apparition right in the guts, blasting the horrible thing apart in a million shards of shattering crystal. The bad moon gave a triumphant whoop, and suddenly it hung in the firmament once more, cold, distant, silent as the grave. Scragrot shook himself as if waking from a nightmare, and steeled himself to peel inside the cage once more. The seer of the crystal isle had become nothing more than a shapeless mass, a pillar of glowing, pulsating fungus, with limb-like appendages growing around the bars of the cage. A mist of grey-green spores slowly dissipated around him. Scragrot looked up. The great effigy of the bad moon atop the cage stared down, same as before. But its grin seemed a little wider, and its chains had entirely disappeared.
Said the Loon King. Right. Let that be a lesson to the rest of you. Mess with the boss, and you get shroomified."
Scragrot tried to shake his staff threateningly, stumbled a little instead, and righted himself with as much dignity as he could muster. He made his way back towards the front of the column. Some semblance of order had been restored, thank Mork. He just wasn't quite sure how.
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. Golden Sun.
As his Hearthguard piled into the Shrine of Grimnir and took up defensive positions, Rune-sung Tornjog of the Stockhar Lodge turned to his Runesmiter and asked the question, how long until we die? Because undoubtedly they were all going to die. His siblings may be spitting defiant oaths, but Tornjog had seen the stomach-churning ruin of flesh that the invaders had left in the lodge's clan halls. The legacy of the Stockhar was finished, even if they somehow won this battle. Still, each inch of ground would be paid for in blood. This he so swore. Seconds, maybe. Minutes. The priest shrugged. His flippant tone saw Tornjog chuckle. The Rune Sun made as if to reply and stopped dead. He was not the most handsome of his brothers, but the reflection confronting him in the priest's gleaming mask was grotesque. Sagging skin, half-split belly, swollen tongue, protruding from an eyeless face. More reflections leered from the shrine's gilded statuary, each growing more hideous with each passing moment. Heat filled the space as the rune smiter slammed the butt of his staff against the echoing flagstones, conjuring a wall of fire before the entrance to the hexagonal chamber. Teeth gritted, Tornjog shook off the unease he felt and readied his axe. Approaching were footsteps, not so much slow as languid, almost bored. They echoed from behind the wall of hissing flame, growing progressively closer. Tornjog felt his teeth grinding, fingers drumming on the grip of his weapon. The footsteps stopped at the blazing barrier. The flames rippled and bulged outwards. With a roar, they burst apart before reforming, framing a tall figure with a cloak billowing in his wake. Fiery light shone from him so brightly that even Tornjog was forced to look away. But the Fire Slayer recovered in time to unhook a throwing axe and add it to those hurled by his Hearthguard. Most burst in midair before the figure. His own spun end over end on its murderous path. There was a flash of golden movement, and suddenly the invader was holding the axe, its blade inches from his head. As he tossed the weapon away, the Rune Sun beheld the intruder's face. Despite himself, the Duardin felt his arms slacken. He was beautiful. So very, very beautiful. The vile cruelty dancing in his eyes somehow intensified that fact. "Greetings," the beautiful death grinned, unsheathing a silvered rapier. "Rejoice, for I am about to murder every last one of you. 68, 67, 68. The last syllable was strained. A shard slash lodged in a screaming Duardin, objecting fiercely to being forced past the sacred echo of 66. The Geld Prince tutted before ripping the sword free and letting the bisected creature topple. A smirk crossed Sigvald's face before he pirouetted. His blade cut true this time, severing the heads of the two Duardin leaping at him from behind. Flicking their blood from the demon-forged steel, Sigvald turned to catch another blow on his mirrored shield, lashing out with its wicked rim, neatly slicing another Duardin's throat. 71. Driving his foot through the mask of the priest he had slain moments prior, shattering the thick skull beneath, Sigvald turned to his last foe, some Duardin prince. This one was clearly struggling to muster his defiance in the face of Slaaneish's favourite son, eyes half-glazed. Sigvald couldn't blame him. The Geld Prince drew himself up and flicked his golden hair, letting the guttering wall of fire cast him into silhouette. Give the creature a sight to remember before he dies. Suddenly the Duardin appeared to steel himself. Flames spat from his axe as he struck. The Geld Prince's arm lanced forward, the top of Shard Slash punching through the Duardin's chest. The warrior went rigid as blood jetted from his mouth, eyes still alight with defiance as Sigvald hefted his impaled form. With a chuckle, the Geld Prince flicked the tip of his blade upwards, allowing the Duardin to slip down the metal right to the hilt. Being so close to the creature's musty breath was odious, but the chance for a final cutting remark was too enticing to pass up. As Sigvald opened his mouth to deliver just that, the Duardin froze again, eyes bulging. Curling his lip in shock, the Magnificent then gave a snarl of disgust as his victim burst open, spraying him with blood and intestines. Hurling the corpse away with a fick of Shard Slash, Sigvald turned wild-eyed to the sound of the fire dying behind him. A vast shape loomed through the gloom of the Duardin tunnels, obscured by clouds of thick incense. The snake-headed shape of a palanquin all but scraped the passage's roof as it was dragged forward, surrounded by screeching warriors who fell upon the butchered Duardin to devour their flesh. Sigvald cared less than nothing for them. His focus was on the palanquin, the bloated, oiled figure at its heart, to be precise. "So," Sigvald called out, arms splayed in a magnanimous fashion. At last you're coming to offer tribute. Glutos or Scullion, the Lord of Gluttony, offered nothing more than a snort. Leaning further back into his opulent divan, the sorcerer took a bite from a severed arm and returned to an apparently deep conversation with the head of his stave. In his place, a bald priestess stepped to the edge of the palanquin, pinched features drawn in a smile. The great Glutos or Scullion, he who is Grand Gourmand, already knew of your joining us in this endeavour.
Joining you? Hardly, Sigvald interrupted, one perfect eyebrow arching. You're the ones who've come to find me, after all. A twitch pulled at the priestess's features, but her smile did not abate.
Where is your decadent host, Geld Prince?
I got bored with them, Sigvald sighed, waving a hand,
and I have no time for those who cannot keep up. 72. At her frown, the Magnificent smirked, gesturing to the corpses piled around him. 72 of these little menaces I've exterminated. You were keeping count, my dear Scullion.
Ah, so that's the game we're playing,
came a rich baritone voice before the woman could respond. Instantly, the hedonites surrounding the palanquin abased themselves, faces pressed to the floor. Hopes for Glutos to physically stand might have been too much, but the Lord of Gluttony managed to lean forward from his piled satin cushions, hand resting on a meaty thigh. Even such lackadaisical motions sent every jowl and fold of glistening flesh rolling. Scullion gave an indulgent smirk.
A trite barb, noble Geld Prince, and if I may say so, somewhat desperate.
Glutos chuckled. Snapping his fingers, a stunted little wretch waddled from round the back of the palanquin, offering up a plate upon which sat a fresh-looking brain. Glutos wasted no time in taking a bite, nodding as cerebral fluid cascaded down his chins.
Those of our master's children who revel with me whisper of your unhappy fate, stuck in a lump of glass for millennia. I appreciate that you have plenty of catching up to do compared to we more established, shall we say, individuals, but baiting me is beneath you.
Sigvald was going to kill this presumptive wretch. That much the Geld Prince had decided within seconds of laying eyes on him. The only question was when, and each word that spilled over the corpulent champion's lips brought that time closer and closer. Yet with the eyes of Glutos's host on him, he could not allow himself to lose his temper. Standards had to be maintained. As I said, 72.
An impressive count, to be sure.
Glutos nodded, shuddering with a grunt of delight as he wolfed down the last of the brain and licked his fat fingers.
But consider this. I myself have personally laid 66 souls upon the Dark Prince's feasting table this day. A far more auspicious total by far, I'm sure you will agree. Or did that slip your mind also, while you were waiting to be rescued?
Shard Slash twitched, its edge catching the low torchlight with menacing intent. In response, the Lord of Gluttony chortled and made some gesture with his staff. Sigvald's murderous smirk froze as he felt his guts begin to churn, straining against his sculpted form. As his own dark blessings warred with the rival champion's sorcery, he let out a wary chuckle, eyes narrowing. Now, Glutos, let's not do anything we regret. Any reply was forestalled as the effigies of the Duardin warrior god lining the chamber suddenly exploded, showering both Sigvald and the lumpen beasts that pulled Glutos's palanquin with gilded shrapnel. Blinking in surprise, Sigvald watched as the golden fragments skittered forward towards each other. Coalescing into a singular mass, the thrashing immensity took on a sinuous shape, a two-headed serpent, one visage sleek and refined, the other an angular mass of shining horns and fangs. As the latter head moved to tear at the Duardin corpses, mangling them into more twisted forms, the former cast its lidless gaze about the chamber, before focusing on the two champions. Guild Prince, Lord of Gluttony, enough. Your squabbles avail the Dark Prince not. Make way for the Howling Lands, where the glimmering spear mirrors past and future. There will the banquet be laid out. Its cryptic message delivered, the entity gave a screech as it distended from within and burst apart. This time, Sigvald was prepared, shield raised to deflect the sharp fragments. As he lowered the great burnished disk, there was silence. Even the rapturous mewling of Glutos's disciples mercifully ceased. Clicking his tongue, Sigvald glanced up at his opposite number. The Lord of Gluttony seemed to be recovering, but the look he shot Sigvald was no less wary for that. Something in it amused Sigvald, his vengeful anger abating, as if not forgotten. Snorting, the Geld Prince sheathed his blade, moving to leave the chamber. He was tired of this place, anyway. Well then, shall we?
Tales from the Age of Sigmar.
Four slinking figures approached the throne of shadow and bowed deeply, even as they made a show of obedience to the lord of this cursed chamber. Their eyes flicked towards one another, narrowing with hatred and suspicion. Yellow fangs were bared, and hackles rose. These were the Death Masters of the clans Eshin, masters of all murder, misdirection, and mayhem. There was no being in the realms they trusted less than one of their own kind, but when the shadows spoke, their enmity was temporarily suppressed, replaced with fearful trepidation.
You are here because I have need of a swift and silent blade,
said the being on the throne.
a killer that can breach any fortress, no matter the arcane wards or unsleeping sentinels that protect it.
Its voice was the sound of swords scraping upon bone, a promise of death and torment that echoed terribly in the mind. So thick were the shadows obscuring the speaker that the Skaven could only see the vague outline of its hulking, winged body. In the center of that black mass were two terrible eyes, twin shards of ice, pitiless and ancient.
Present your offerings,
it said, with a wave of a clawed hand that could tear off any of their skulls with a single wrenching motion.
Prove your skill, for the vermin that impresses me most. The rewards shall be more than you can imagine.
Mikaric of Clan Stapstrick came forward first, clutching a sack of white cloth stained red with blood. His hair had all been burnt away long ago by a Duardin flame-spitter, giving him the look of some oversized broodling. As he approached the throne,
Mikerick winced and scratched at his skinny ribs. Being so near to the Shadow Lord seemed to have entirely turned his stomach.
Great Master, no trophy is better than mine.
The stab-strict Deathmaster hissed, upending his sack. Out tumbled 3 severed heads. Each was noble and beautiful of aspect, each face serene despite the ragged red stump of the neck beneath.
The Light Lords of Elune,
said Mikerick.
These pointy-eared brothers thought that they were safe hidden in their palace of prisms, but nowhere is safe from Clan Skipstrick. Mikerick climbed their blinding walls, slipped quick into their meditation chambers, and cut their throats before they even opened their eyes.
The creature to Mikerick's left snorted. This rat beast was old and grizzled, and atop its snout was strapped a pair of oversized brass-looking goggles.
Dig earth things,
he scoffed.
Boring. Deathmaster Kerr has killed 1,000 in his time. Any blind whelp could bring the Shadow Lord such a gift. Mine is greater by far.
With a flourish, Kerr revealed from his robes a glittering set of heavy keys, 1 bronze, 1 silver, and the largest wrought of pure gold, its notches shaped to resemble the teeth of a fire drake.
The forged keys of Drazim,
snickered Deathmaster Kerr.
Kerr killed the priests and took them for himself. Without their foolish priests to tend it, the hearth of the great magma horde was soon snuffed out, and now the beardlings cower shiver in their hole.
Kerr's laughter turned to a hacking rasp, and was soon cut off by the 3rd Skaven figure, who elbowed his rival aside.
Poetry's gifts,
he said, waving a dismissive claw.
Nothing compared to what Norspot has brought, for he is the greatest Deathmaster of all.
Norspot snapped his claws, and 2 ragged ratlins came scuttling from the darkness, carrying between them what appeared to be a tall, ornate mirror, its surface glowing with soft cerulean light. The room grew ice-cold, and rime frost crackled across the floor.
Norspot has travelled to the Mirrored City,
he said, his trembling voice nonetheless filled with smug bravado.
Has returned with his furry neck. He brings you this mighty one, as proof certain, and he is the best.
The being on the throne leant forward. Looking closer, one could see the mirror did not reflect the darkness of the chamber, but instead showed a ghostly city of impossible dimensions, a metropolis of splintered glass and looming, crooked spires. There were figures within, ghostly beings with anguished faces that pressed their fleshless hands against the glass.
Impressive,
the being muttered.
The necromancer's cursed prison is not easily breached, and less easily escaped.
Norspot half grinned, half winced, staring down at his scarred paw. He saw a purplish discoloration spreading painfully across his forelimb.
And what of you, Crixit of Clan Nictus?
said the Shadow Lord.
What trophy do you bring me?
All eyes fell upon the last of the Deathmasters, who crouched some distance from his kin, using his knife-tail to sharpen his foreclaws.
Crixit brings no gift,
Crixit said. Barked Mikerick with an accompanying acidic belch.
Pathetic fool,
sneered Norspot, clawing furiously at his itching arm. Deathmaster Kerr bared his teeth contemptuously and hacked up a slimy wad of fur.
Seated on its throne, the hidden master's glowing eyes narrowed to angry slits. The shadows writhed and shifted, like animals taking flight in expectation of imminent violence. Each of the Death Masters took a discreet step backwards, eagerly anticipating their peers' gruesome death.
"It is not wise to waste my time,"
the Shadow Lord growled. Deathmaster Crixit spread his arms wide and bowed deeply. "Mighty powerful one, Crixit needs no trophy to prove his skill. It will be obvious any moment now when he slays these scab-furred fools." There was a chorus of hissing and cursing from the other Deathmasters, who were suddenly brandishing a bewildering array of shurikens, daggers, punch-blades, and other assorted murderous implements. Crixit gazed at them, his expression more curious than afraid. "Any moment," he repeated. "Let us peel the fur from this nectar's wretch," snarled Kerr. The Throned Master waved a hand to signal its accord, and the three assassins burst into motion, leaping at their prey in a blur of blades and snapping fangs. Kerr's toxin-dripping dagger was no more than the width of a boilfly's wing from Crixit's beady eyeball when his motion ceased entirely, his muscles locking rigid. The stricken Skaven's eyes flicked across to Mikaric, who was frozen in the act of hurling a clawful of shuriken, his hairless body trembling, blood streaming from his snout and his fearful eyes. Norspot was somehow staggering on, despite obviously suffering the same gruesome affliction, still clutching his twin short swords, yet convulsing so fiercely that Kerr heard the familiar sound of bones splintering. Kerr himself began to shake uncontrollably, racked by waves of indescribable agony that twisted his skeleton, turned his muscles inside out. His spine bent backwards, and he felt the horrifying sensation of his ribs forcing their way out through his narrow chest. "Now," said Crixit, with a satisfied nod. The three Deathmasters exploded in a shower of gore and shattered bone. Crixit was right in the midst of the deluge of viscera, and he emerged squinting through a splatter of Skaven flesh that covered him from snout to hind claw. He wiped the back of a paw across his eyes, and bent to retrieve a pair of brass goggles with smashed lenses, all that remained of the unfortunate Deathmaster Kerr. "Ixvirian livid spore," said Crixit by way of explanation. "All it takes is a single sniff, and it brews inside your belly until it bursts. Crixit poisoned them days ago, but the timing can be imprecise. Here is proof that Crixit is the deadliest master murderer of all." He held out the bloody pair of looking-glasses. The figure on the throne was silent for a long moment. Then Crixit saw the glint of oversized fangs, bared in a cruel smile. "You will do, vermin," the hidden being said. "You will do very well." "What is the kill contract, O Master?" said Crixit. To destroy the impossible," said the winged monstrosity, rising from its shadowy throne, "and in doing so, bring about the end of the eternal."
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. Enlightenment.
Sunwane, 3rd of High Spring.
Enlightenment.
Settlers gain at last the jewel of Zintil. How brightly it gleams, so worth the journey. Though I will miss Jaspera keenly, of course. I only wish he could have seen this place before he died. Still, I have to remember he would have wanted us to enjoy the glory of life here, to make his sacrifice worthwhile. Stars of Azir, this place is incredible. The food, the music, my soul feels like it's singing whenever I turn a new corner. Tough to get a decent drink, but by no means impossible once you know the right people. And it's always the good stuff. You have to come here somehow, my dear. Just make sure you bring your best dress. For a place that claims to be all about the inner self, they do put a lot of stock in appearances. Comet's Day. Last of High Sprite. It's so bright here, my love. Blindingly so at times. No wonder there is such a fashion for elaborate headgear. It's either that or smoke glass eyepieces if you want to see anything but a glare when the skies are at full glow. They say it was once a warming light, rather than an oppressive one, that an evolution of the realm itself saw a pitiless cloudless sky become a lens that made Haish's light burn the skin of those it did not recognize. A form of exorcism, or so the realm lords would have it. A necessary measure, an adaptation, as a body adapts to fight an infection. The bootleggers I met in the garden district aren't convinced. They think it changed because of the time the elves called the Spirefall, that the fires of their cataclysmic civil war burnt out something in the air itself. Ah, the blessed elves, so beautiful, so elegant. How lucky we settlers are to have them as our mentors. That's how everyone talks about them, at least to their faces. They've ordered this city to the last detail. It's a work of art. You really should see it if you can. Practically pristine in the inner districts. Sometimes the tutors look at you as if you're dirtying up the place just by existing. You can't even break wind here without feeling guilty about it, like you're befouling their precious harmony. Flatulence is an act of chaos. No doubt they just evaporate their own bodily waste in beams of light. Maybe they expel it from their mouths as hot air. They talk enough of it, after all. Archibald Lazarine gets it. My core lecture today is with him, and I'm actually looking forward to this one. Old Baldy's a good teacher, for a human, the elves would add, and I have every faith he'll get us through the Comet's Day assessment. But that's not why I like him so much. He feels the same way we do about the Lumineth, although he's not stupid enough to preach openly. We can read into his inflections just fine, a twinkle in his eye, all the while. I love it. What charisma! It's a game we play, he and I, trying to get the most entertaining subtext across without cracking a smile. If one of the elven tutors raises an impeccable eyebrow at something we say, we just play dumb and they move on, dismissive, as they always are whenever we disappoint them. Maybe they know exactly what we're up to, but they're too prissy to call us on it in case it inflames things further. On the other hand, maybe they really do think that we're little more than pets, a bunch of apes in white robes, playing at being intellectuals, that the time of chaos reduced us all to barbarism that was never that far off in the first place. Well, Sigmar was one of us, was he not? Remind me, who sits on the throne of Azir? Who brought civilization back from the brink of disaster? With all these rhetorical questions, I sound like one of your silver knights now. Only the faithful. Maybe you'd like me dressed in plate mail sometime. I could even drape some plague weed over my legs if it would help. Zenithis, last of High Sprite. Weird. That lecture on Comet's Day, old Baldy seemed uncharacteristically serious and rather distracted, kept looking up at the prisms. He was fine once he got into the meat of it, started detailing the 12 exorcisms and the variants practiced in each of the great nations, warmed to the subject then, a little of his old smile in his words as he talked of banishing geists and sending unquiet spirits back to Shaish. Something of a specialism of Baldy's, I gather. He said he'd show us the beacon of intellect in a courtyard lecture if we pass our mid-semesters. He's well pleased with his luminarch because he cracked a big smile, white teeth dazzling in the wrinkled brown leather of his face. Still, he got serious again when the Lumineth walked past the amphitheatre. Afterwards, a few of us stayed behind, asked him what was wrong, but did we feel a chill on us at the answer?
Do not come to the notice of the elves, my student, he said, that way. may one day know peace.
He flew high in his time, that bald old coot. He may yet fly again. But to hear him say that, I have to say, my love, it was the most dispiriting thing. Maybe the naysayers are right. There's something deeply wrong with this place if they constantly insist on you raising yourself up, only to dash you down again if you rise too high, to force you to open your eyes, then blind you if you see too much. Can't they see how broken that is? Void's Day, first of Azir's gleaming. It's getting worse out there. More rumblings of discontent, harsh words instead of harsh glances, especially when someone fails a test and is sent back to the simple districts. God King above, even that term grates upon my nerves. They say it's because the architecture is kept to certain minimalistic principles, that simplicity is beautiful. But what? You're telling me it's a consequence that only humans live here? Simple districts indeed. Pompous prigs. While we're on this subject, the whole issue of the city's formal title is getting out of hand. There's no way the bloodlines of the founders are going to call it Yulari Zen, let alone sign off on it. Not this side of the grave, anyway. It's not some pioneer's port anymore. The city's a wonder of the realms, its spires glittering white in the shimmer heat, while the Enlightenment prisms float in a stately dance around them like frozen crystal stars. These things give me the creeps, too. Folk get taken up in them sometimes. We've seen them dock in the higher spires long enough for the people to go in and for others to come out. Tiny figures, heads hung, always accompanied by a pair of tall-helmed lumineth. We still outnumber them, 6-1 or something? Settlers' Gain is a city of men, not elves, a city of pioneers that finally found something good in the ravages of a dark time. The Lumineth don't get to take that away from us, even in the name of a better world. Even more, they suffocate us with their uplift and inspiration. The more we'll fight that for air, it's going to stay called Settlers' Gain. That's where we draw the line. We're all agreed on it. Even the old hands, especially the old hands. Comet's Day, first of Azir's gleaming. Archibaldi didn't show for his lecture today. Instead, we have Mistressine Lia Let Shai, a Siari with big ideas about the identity of nature and craftsmanship. I asked her where Archibaldi was after class. She looked at me as if I was an insect. Told me he was enjoying his yearly recess, and that she was the locum covering his absence. Something in her tone telling me not to press the matter. I'll press if I have to. Lightfoot. Baldy didn't mention anything about a recess last lecture. Comet's Day, second of Azir's gleaming. Well, the old buzzard was back this week, back in style, spotless new robes of office and a real spring in the step. The light was back in his eyes when he looked at us, but it was not the glimmer of a private joke, a shared secret. More like staring at a pair of lanterns, to be honest. Did not sit well with me. For an hour and a half, Archibaldi held forth at great length about the glory of the Zentilian symbiosis, told us how necessary it was for the colligraves to seal the land with their mile-long runes. I've heard him sing quite another song on the subject, and not so long ago. I asked him if it was worth it, no matter whose homestead gets incinerated in the process, or whether the residents happened to be at home at the time. He calmly explained why he had been mistaken in the past to think that the collateral damage of such a thing was a prohibitive factor, that the deaths were sacrifices, martyrdoms to the greater cause of holding back the scourge of chaos. He cited examples, even sketched out some lumen diagrams in the air, all the while looking right at me, with this beatific smile. Martyrdoms mean a lot more when they are voluntary, don't you think? I got a scroll summon slid into my lap at the next lecture. Mistressine Shai's name runes on the cryptoseal, and Archibald's alongside them. Felt sick. I went home early. Void's Day, 3rd of Meadowswell. Many apologies for the lack of recent correspondence, but I have wonderful news to impart. All of my doubts have been burned away by the light of true edification, my dove. All my questions have been answered to my satisfaction. I was misguided. I humbly admit that now. Satisfaction is part of the human condition after all, is it not? The providence of the earthbound. Then one ascends to a higher plane of thought, as have I, and finds a measure of perspective. I cannot thank dear Archibaldi enough for helping me ascend, and the sublime Mistressine Shy with him. With the grace of the tutors and their kind invite to stay within one of their wondrous chambers of the enlightenment, I have seen the light. The heavy weight of bitterness and suspicion has been put away, as a child puts away the trifles of youth to better elevate himself. Illyrizen is a city without flaws, a masterpiece of civil design, and a glorious theory made practice. It is a symbol. I see that now, an icon of the symbiosis between elf and man, though in truth it is a partnership far from equal. We are the lucky students, and they are our benevolent mentors. In time, the nations of Sigmar will come to realize this as the cities of light take shape across the realms. In time, the squalid old cities of men, built through haste on poor foundations, will crumble and fade away. It cannot come soon enough, and all that will be left is utopia.
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. The path of futility.
But my lord, are you sure? Petrioff asked, as he had 13 times since they had begun. At least Manfred thought it was 13. He stopped keeping count. Giving a sigh, the von Carstein resisted the urge to decapitate his servant in a moment of irritated spite. He supposed he could not blame Petrioff. Even after several lifetimes' worth of audacious deeds, what he planned to perform tonight was perhaps on the wrong side of daring. "You worry too much," the Mortarch chuckled with false gentility. Glancing at his underling through the gloom of Castle Sternsine's undercroft, Manfred patted a small rune-marked box in his hands. "I lived through, endured the death of a world. Some would say I precipitated it. I think I can handle a bit of etheric rough and tumble." A low, rasping growl came from the back of the chamber, which saw Manfred snap his head around with a snarl. "And stop grumbling. Cowardice doesn't become you." In response, the dread abyssal gave a crackling hiss, furnace-orange innards burning brighter as it snapped at the errant spirits drifting through the crypt. Snorting, Manfred looked back at the centre of the chamber. 7 living thralls, drawn from Carstania's most downtrodden villages, had already begun the ritual, marking the flagstones with sigils of corruption that were old when the realms were young. Already those runes were eating at the stonework, the rock bubbling into slurry. Even if tonight's ritual went flawlessly, this chamber would have to be sealed for decades. Still, Manfred had lived his unlife on the principle that any advantage was worth seizing. The Mortarch took a moment to watch his minions pour tainted ichor and slabs of rancid meat into the cauldron, each motion accompanied by a sonorous dirge and the ringing of rusted iron bells. Then he glanced back at the box. "I acquired this at the Rot Soul Mire, you know," Manfred said, as he clicked open the lid and reached inside with a heavy nullstone gauntlet. Petrioff shuffled back a step as the Mortarch produced a crooked knife. The thing's blade looked to be carved from mildewed bone, its handle wrought of rotten heart oak wound with lurid ivy. Corruption emanated from the thing, fizzing against Manfred's fingers, even through the nullstone. Only the profane powers bound into the vampire's own being kept it in check.
You never know when such things will come in handy. The Mortarch strode forth, watching his thralls as they chanted, counting the syllables. As the 77th note of the dirge left his thralls, the vampire struck. The tainted blade carved open each throat in quick succession. Only the last of the thralls had time for instinct to take over and raise his hands in defence before the Mortarch's weapon carved through them and his neck alike. Manfred could feel Petriof's hungry gaze as the crimson blood jetted outwards, splattering down into the cauldron. But the vampire had passed up feasts in the past for his own greater benefit. And he would doubtless do so again. As the bodies collapsed, Manfred stabbed downwards, driving the blade into the blood-soaked flesh within the receptacle. A column of light, mouldering green, feverish yellow, throttling purple, and all at once erupted from the cauldron, accompanied by a wave of nauseating stench. Pulling his cape close to ward off the odour, Manfred braced himself against an eruption of mystic force. Even over the insane sobbing that now filled the vault, he heard Petriov scream as the vampire was launched backwards, and Ashirgoth bound to its feet with a clatter of bone. The Mortarch's commanding hiss saw the dread abyssal restrain itself, even as Manfred stared into the hateful unlight. The illumination dissipated. In its wake, something rose from within the cauldron. It appeared as a withered tree, unfolding its grasping barren branches. But Manfred knew it for an illusion. One only had to look to the shadow forming on the wall behind to see the truth of it, the image of some bloated, inhuman, horned entity. As the cacophony faded, Manfred lowered his cape and straightened. In the centre of the tree's trunk bore a lonely, milky eye, quivering with barely repressed rage.
"Bound von Carstein,"
the tree demon wheezed. Its branches twitched with each syllable, the eye watering with gruesome seepage.
"Bold, even for you, to invite one of us to your halls."
Of all the places in the realms I do not care about, Castle Sternesti is the one I care about the least, the vampire shrugged. My only regret is your kind stench. I have never been able to get used to it.
"The grandfather is displeased with you, and your ilk vampire. You have run rampant as of late. You seek to halt blessed entropy, to defy your place in his great cycle."
I'm afraid he's about to become a lot more displeased. Manfred chuckled. The Mortarch's expression sharpened into a scowl, narrowed eyes locked on that of the decay demon. Within this seal, creature, you are mine to command, so show me. Show me the bleeding gate. Gurgling in distaste, the demon's pupil shimmered out of focus. Upon the milky orb left in its wake, an image resolved. Manfred leant in closer. His eyes trailed over the image of a portal surrounded by carven vines, geistlight bleeding from it over the surrounding wasteland. "Yes, there it is," the Mortarch murmured. "More. Show me the defences." This time, the demon seemed slightly more obliging. A swirl of pus-laden blood congealed over the image before draining away to reveal hordes of trudging cyclopean demons, bloated monstrosities bathing amidst vile swamps, and tribes of mortals marked by unclean runes, debasing themselves before seeping altars.
"You see, von Carstein,"
the demon crowed,
"you feel the hopelessness of your task. The insurmountable truth of it. All Nvidia will rise against you. The cultivator will rise against you, to say nothing of the accursed Everqueen and her spawn."
"Oh dear, what a pity. How will I get out of this one?" the vampire said, smirking. Before he could continue, the demon gave a rattling laugh, its pupil reforming.
The entity's gaze darted sidewards. Manfred's grin froze. One of his thralls had collapsed slightly off-center, landing atop one of the binding runes of the circle and smudging it. A small detail, yes, but crucial. Neferata would be howling with laughter were she ever to learn of it. Another chortle left the entity, branches creaking and twitching.
"You really should be more careful, Vorngarstein."
Manfred threw himself backwards and unsheathed the blade Geistvor, a fraction of a second before the cauldron exploded, showering him with iron fragments. What arose from within was now a hulk of separating flesh, its lower body splitting into two stump-like legs, and its torso ripping open so the putrid organs could spill free. Branches punched from its shoulders and cracked in the fetid air, whilst its limbs were as mouldering trunks. In the centre of the entity's chest, the eye opened once more, staring out with redoubled fury. Mouths lolled open across the demon's flesh before belching forth a stream of celestial sorcery. Rasping a series of incantations, Manfred thrust a hand forward and unleashed a counterspell. A storm of screaming spirits erupted to meet the ruinous energies, both spells bursting in a shower of force. Manfred had only the time to raise his blade as the rot demon stomped forward with uncanny haste, driving a trunk limb towards him. One hand gripping Geistvor's hilt, the one bracing itself against the flat of its blade, the vampire caught the blow. Any mortal would have been hurled from his feet, if not pulped outright. Instead, preternatural strength flooded into Manfred's limbs, his might matched against that of the demon now, looming over him. Looking up at the blade, Manfred caught his foe's gaze. Despite himself, he grinned. A yell of fury heralded Petriof's return. He had worked his way around the demon's flank and now charged with sword drawn. Manfred's foe did not even avert its gaze. For all the power behind the other vampire's blow, it accomplished little more than seeing his elegant blade stick fast in the demon's bark flesh. Before Petriof could pull free, a cluster of slick vines burst from the infernal creature, enveloping him. Manfred could only tut as Petriof howled in agony and terror, struggling helplessly as he was absorbed into the demon's body. Devouring the vampire seemed to grant the demon a second wind. Its eye quivered with the expectancy of murder as it pressed against Geistvor, more vines questing out for Manfred. An insane burble left the creature as Manfred hissed and was forced to a knee. In response, the vampire lifted his gaze, still grinning, and spat a single word. "Sharagoth!" The chamber suddenly echoed to the clatter of bone claws, and a howl fit to freeze soul split the air. Waiting for his opponent to overbalance, Manfred threw himself prone, ducking beneath the demon's oaken limb. Before it could crush him, the entity staggered back as the Mortarch's dread abyssal pounced into its chest. Laughter turned to bellows of anger, then howls of denial, as Sharagoth pinned the demon down and began tearing into it. As sickening noises filled the vault, Manfred grunted. The von Karstein painfully got back to his feet, with Geistvor's aid, watching his mount expel its outrage for a few long moments. "You claimed that the task awaiting me in Invidia is unsurmountable," Manfred said, snarling for Sharagoth to cease. All that now remained of the demon was a crooked spur of bark, the eye still quivering at its core. Even that was fading, the entity's strength thoroughly beaten out of it. Yet, as he lifted his blade and aimed its tip at the slime-weeping orb, Manfred grinned. There was one last thing he wanted to hear on this plane. "The truth is, you're absolutely right." With a single smooth motion, the vampire drove Geistfor down, right into the demon's core. Yet, even over its howls, Manfred was certain his final remark reached it. "In fact, I intend to make sure of it."
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. Ghost of Kings. Click, clack, click, clack. Surrounded by flickering witch flame candles, Folkmortian watched the grandfather clock chime in the heart of his sanctum. The master of the bone tithe had always possessed an appreciation for timepieces. In each necropolis raised by his legions, nestled among shelves packed with scrolls and ledgers of conquest, Folkmortian made room for their reliable, ticking serenade. This was one of his newer acquisitions, wrought from thick ogre bone. Folkmortian owned many such osseous devices, and many of more traditional make also, if only to prove the superior, crisp precision of the former over the latter. Few bone reapers understood his fascination. Xantos did, but then the old general was as much a stickler for precision as the tithe master himself. The great necromancer had never demanded his herald dispose of the affection. Had it been ordered, Folkmortian would have done so in a moment. But even being crafted to serve the vessel of a god's will was no reason to abandon every quirk out of hand. As armoured feet thumped upon flagstones, Folkmortian turned to watch the doors to his sanctum grind open. Though his face was, as ever, a mask of sculpted bone, the tightness in Horik Vancy's posture indicated he wished to be anywhere but here. Striding across the floor of the scroll chamber, hand rested upon the pommel of a sheathed blade, the liege Cavalos attempted to disguise how lost he seemed without his steed, through prideful swagger. Still, the nod of acknowledgment he gave was genuine enough. "Hi, emissary. I thought we might play a game." When he was not booming out ultimatums, Folkmortian's voice was an abyssal, but not entirely unpleasant whisper. Calicross had once described him as sounding miserly, though the Mortarch had likely meant it as a compliment. As he spoke, the emissary gestured to the ivory table beside him, and the chair pulled in close. Vensai stared for a moment before giving a grunt. The liege circled the table and the board set upon it before sinking into the seat. The heavy sarcophagus eternally bound to Folkmortian's frame prevented him from doing likewise. Instead, he moved to stand across from his opponent, as Vency picked up a crystalline playing piece. "You have a new set." "Originating from Ultrai, so I am told. Xantos sent them to me. The Haitian's craftsmanship is exquisite." The emissary nodded, pleased to share the knowledge. Annoyance flickered within him as Vensai merely grunted again and set the piece down. "I have never had much aptitude for King's game." It came as a surprise to some that the Ossiarchs played games. Yet, as Folkmortian saw it, his people were no mindless revenants. They were a culture, and a culture must have its pastimes. Of course, every such game was based around principles of strategy and logic. Even through their distractions, Catacross sought to hone his armies. King's Game was one such distraction. At its core lay elements taken from peace-capturing games found across the realms, discarding anything considered overly reliant on chance. It was played over a tiled, two-tiered board. What occurred on one impacted the other, and pieces could move between either at points, just with the realms and the underworlds. Different tiles possessed different attributes, representing forests, mountains, or likewise. Most notably, King's Game used a third neutral set of pieces that either player could employ to disrupt their opponent.
Yet while this faction remained in play, neither side could claim victory. It was a matter of risk and reward, knowing when to alter one's plans. Only the best could time it just right.
"You will be in good company then,"
Throckmorton said. Once he had aspired to be a commander to rival the Mortarch, yet had quickly discovered that it was neither his talent nor his passion. Still, he hoped Vensai would not go easy on him. As Nagash himself knew, though would never admit, one learned more from a well-fought defeat than they ever could from an easy victory. The emissary took the opening moves. Throckmorton could sense Vensai's surprise as he advanced his pieces upon the bottom board, in complete neglect of the upper. Though most players of King's Game espoused decisiveness as a key to victory, Throckmorton's early motions were circumspect. He probed the extremities of Vensai's territory, testing where he could stand and where he could not, committing nowhere, yet slowly closing off regions of the upper board through his positioning upon the lower. As he did so, the Tithe Master murmured,
"Are your defences ready?"
"Emissary." "In Praetorius," Throckmorton clarified, as he finished opening another cautious assault. As Vensai began his next turn, the emissary saw that he need not have worried about a simple game. The liege's plays were those of a soldier, but not without flair. Even as he launched a steady advance upon the upper board, the Ossiarch expertly organized the majority of his pieces to deal with the lower. A tight wedge of controlled aggression soon bore down on Throckmorton's more scattered resources, removing them one by one or sending them into retreat.
"You think the counterattack will come?"
Even as he snorted derisively, Vensai's agitation deepened. Try as he might, he could not bring enough force to bear against Throckmorton in any single location to break him. The intricate wheeling maneuvers and frontal assaults he mounted were exemplary, yet in that lay the problem. Throckmorton's pieces flowed around Vensai's like the shrieking night winds of the Dolorum. He did not seek blunt engagement, instead closing off paths to the upper board when it was advantageous to do so, and employing them himself when it was not, changing the tempo and the centre of the conflict in time with his own whims. When he surrendered board control, it was to gain in the fracturing of Vensai's slab-like formations and the steady dwindling of his rival's patience.
"You are too aggressive, Horak,"
Throckmorton chuckled as he assembled a knot of his pieces, now gathered on the upper board, into a defence. Predictably, Vensai's vanguard moved to swamp them, even as the Tithe Master shook his head and slipped more forces behind his enemy's advance.
"The Mortarch of Grief's armies already move on Settler's Gain. Whatever the result, we would be fools to presume there will not be retaliation. Better to stand in readiness."
"Let the elves try it if they like," Vensai snarled, his attention entirely upon the twin boards as he commenced his next turn. "These are our strongholds, and you have bigger things to fret over." Too late, Throckmorton saw the ploy. By surrendering the lower board prematurely, he had allowed Vensai room to prepare an initiative-stealing reversal. Pieces he had considered scattered and meandering suddenly moved as one to pass through to the upper plane, spreading their influence across tiles that the Tithe Master's calculations had deemed irrelevant. Losing ground in the face of this coordinated, intractable assault, Throckmorton's hand at last strayed towards the neutral pieces, thus far untouched. Even as he sacrificed these outliers in an effort to slow Vensai, the Tithe Master saw himself play into his opponent's hands once again. Unable to concentrate his resources in any one location, forced to fight on multiple fronts, he could only watch as Vensai swept the remainders of the unaligned forces around to bolster his already strengthened center. It was all Vogmortian could do to stifle choice angles of advance and watch as Vensai's pieces punched through his stretched defences. "Impressive, Liege Cavalos," Vogmortian nodded as he repositioned and attempted to regain some control. "I see why you and your dread lance have earned your reputation." Vensai's reply was silence, his advance subsiding as he continued to regard the uppermost board. Long seconds dragged by, punctuated by the predictable ticking of the bone clock. Vogmortian's finger moved to tap on his staff in time with the slow noises. If there was one thing he could not stand, it was a deadline being missed. "Has your nerve failed you?" "You play a strange game, emissary," Vensai muttered, gaze not lifting. "Even now, your pieces are clustered about the mountains here. Had you abandoned it and retreated it to the lower board, returned to your lockdown strategy, you could perhaps have stymied me enough to force a stalemate. That is what I would have done." The Liege Cavalos was right. Vogmortian had not even realized it. Yet, in the back of his mind, where the whispers of the great necromancer rasped against his own thoughts, the Tithe-master suspected it had not been coincidental. Part of being a god's vessel was that it became difficult to tell where you ended and they began. "I suppose I have," he said at last, giving a nod. "They will counter and seek to humble us, so we will turn it back upon them. It will come down to the mountain, in the end." "The mountain?" "Do not be obtuse. The mountain. Some say the stone heart of Eumetrica was the first thing in creation, endless in its way. You know the master will take umbrage at such a claim. Aish will suffer for it." "If you say so, emissary, I welcome it." Vensai shrugged. "Either way, your strategies have proved inadequate. I have opened you up and put you to flight. Above and below, all dances to my tune." "Does it?" Vogmortian's query was not rhetorical. Nagash's herald stared at the plain grey piece standing just a few tiles from where his crystalline hosts clashed against his rivals. Earlier, he had moved the thing up in a desperate attempt to slow Vensai, and had discounted it as lost. Yet now, through some quirk of fate, this one piece was poised to threaten the core of both forces. One decisive move either way, and the balance could swing. It was King's game at its finest, yet something about the sight sat poorly with the emissary. A sliver of information, recorded in one of his countless ledgers, boiled up unbidden. "There are mordants in Eumetrica," Vogmortian supposed, lifting the piece. "One of them names himself an emperor." "If that is all, then I do not see how there is anything for us to worry about." "Perhaps," Vogmortian nodded. It seemed an ill-fitting explanation, but then what else was there? Try as he might, the emissary could not grasp it. Murmuring wordlessly, he set the pieces down again. After a few long moments of staring, Vogmortian moved to reset the board. Contemplation only went so far. Eventually, everything simply had to be tested for true. "A draw, we shall call it. Let us go again."
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. Marked for death.
Laglow's place was loud. The Bugman's draught in her tankard was rich and strong, and Admiral Imoda Barastota was some distance from sobriety. A pint or 10 helped these days, with the memories. The conversation droned on around her.
Everything's spun about.
Admiral Ruftson was saying, grinding the heel of one palm into an empty eye socket.
"The Skyline's in flames. 7 of the Sylvan Council dead, and the Sunder are destroyed. 2 seats on the Gelzerad to those Wazzaks from Barak Monir. In strife there is opportunity,"
said Admiral Brulf, wagging a gloved finger.
"The Aether streams are settling at last, and Barak Zilfin's already claimed more than her fair share. We've gained a seat at the high table ourselves, don't forget."
Ruftson grunted, seemingly annoyed at this reminder that all was not disastrous. Ismoda watched him reach into the pocket of his flight suit and retrieve his aethermetic eyepiece, jamming it into place. It whirred and clicked before fixing on her.
"Of course, there's some that made their fortune out of all of this," Ruftson said. "Like the good Admiral Imoda here. I hear tell the Council's granted you the lease of 2 brand new frigates, fresh from the dockyard. Upgunned and swift as a Haitian Zephyr, so it's said. Fortune shines on some more than others, doesn't it?"
The old greybeard could hardly hide his envy. Ruftson was an old hand, a steady skydog who could be relied upon to keep his margins stable and his hull filled with aether gold, but he was never going to rise any further than his current station. He lacked imagination. And dash. Imoda smiled bitterly as she leaned forward, waving a hand through her hair. She was barely half Ruftson's age, but she had a whiter mane than he, and her face was deeply lined and pallid. This was no natural weathering, but the result of her last voyage, a journey that had taken her damned close to oblivion. "Talk to me of my good fortune, O wise one," she snarled. "Perhaps you'd say the same of my crew, or those few that survived that flight through the Granthian mountains with Geists, Oskuldrak, and Grungi alone knows what else at our heels." She felt a hand on her shoulder, and turned to see Grutier Phaedronthador standing over her. Her first mate wore a familiar look of concern.
"Admiral, the repairs are complete," Grutti said. "The Interligo is sky-ready again. Perhaps you'd like to look over her yourself."
Imoda favoured Admiral Ruftson with another sour look. The greybeard matched her with a glare of his own, while Admiral Brulf simply shook his head and took another swig of fire ale. This was not the first time Imoda had lost her patience in recent days. She rose abruptly from her chair, sending it skidding backwards across the polished stone floor. "Aye," she said. "Apologies, friends, for my ill temper. I've shares in this establishment. Tell Laglo I said your drinks are on me for the evening. Time for me to retire to my cabin, I think." She favoured them with the merest nod and departed, doing her best not to sway as she pushed her way through the heaving mass of patrons towards the rear exit of the tavern. Grutti followed close behind, her concern as grating as it was silent. The first mate's prosthetic leg clicked maddeningly as she walked, every sound causing Imoda to flinch. After spending the necessary shares to repair the battered Interlago, there had been little left to pay for a proper asthmatic limb to replace the one Grutti had lost on that nightmarish journey through the Granthian range, where the ironclad's crew had found the risen dead crawling in their multitudes, and a gaping maw of utter nothingness that was growing upon the hour. So powerful had been the aura of death that merely approaching it had taken a grievous toll on Imoda. She recalled the dreadful sensation of her body weakening, her hair falling loose, and her breaths coming in ragged gasps. There was something terrible brewing in Charmont. She knew it in her bones. But the Admiral's Council was too busy grasping at their newly settled aether streams to heed her warnings, and what could she do alone? "Admiral," said Grutti, "I am as hale as a hearth-kraken,
Imoda replied irritably. Stop your fussing. They shoved their way out of the bar, dodging a steady stream of milling labourers and half-cut arcanauts, making the most of their shore leave. Haish had made its descent some hours back, and the metal walkways were lit with spluttering, wailing oil lamps that cast spidery shadows along the walls. The air was thick and hot, spiced with the metallic tang of aether hydrins and the aroma of roast ligral meat. Everywhere, the cacophony of the Zilfin outer docks bellowed laughter and song, the distant piping of the longshore marshal's whistles, the signal that some troublemaker was about to feel the taste of a billy club. Before her last voyage, Imoda Baristota would have delighted in such liveliness. Right now she longed for the cool and the quiet of her quarters, and the comfort of her maps. "We'll take Ungerman's bridge," she said. It was a slightly longer route, but the great skyway neatly avoided the hustle and bustle of the skyport's outer districts. They could hail down an engine tram and be back aboard the ironclad without braving any more merrymakers. In silence they made their way through the labyrinthine streets of Barrack Zilfin, each of them so familiar with its cramped passageways that they could have made the journey blindfolded. As they entered the square of the Sixth Wind, Imoda paused, frowning. She scanned the plaza with its gently bubbling lamps and benches of ornately sculpted bronze. No sign of movement. Why then had a cold shiver trickled down her back? Her hand fell to the butt of the pistol at her belt. She was wearing a simple duster of whaling hide rather than her war suit, but this did not mean she was unarmed. "Admiral?" asked Grutty, eyes furrowed in alarm. She had good reason to be confused. There were scant few cutpurses or back-alley blades that dared ply their trade in Barrack Zilfin, where the law of the code was enforced with vigorous enthusiasm. "Someone follows us," whispered Imoda. "Be ready with your scattergun, Hyken." Before she could finish the sentence, she felt a rush of wind past her face, as if a crossbow bolt had whipped through the air. There was a blur and a black of silver, and Grutty fell away, reeling, her lifeblood splattered across the cobbles. "Grutty!" roared the Admiral, and in the blink of an eye her pistol was in her hand and spitting aether shot. She fired from the hip, tracking the thing's movement as it turned and leapt impossibly high. It was too fast, unnaturally fast. As it landed, Imoda caught the vague impression of a tall, thin human male, his hair a cascading wave of silver and eyes as red as the new dawn. Then he was coming right at her, a needle-thin dagger poised to open her throat. Dropping her pistol, she somehow caught hold of the creature's thin, pale forearm. The dagger tip scraped across the collar of her duster. She was looking into the thing's face now, the fish-white flesh of a corpse, splattered with her crewmate's blood, the eyes crimson and feral. As she fought in vain to keep the slender blade from opening her throat, her attacker opened his thin mouth in a mocking smile, revealing a pair of yellowed fangs. The foul corpse reek of his breath brought her right back to the mountains and the horrors concealed below.
"Did you think the death would not find you here?"
it rasped.
"Nowhere is beyond the Blood Queen's influence. Neferata's reach spans the realms entire."
Then she could have come for me herself. Imoda brought a knee up into the vampire's belly and followed it with a headbutt. The assassin barely staggered. He simply chortled, a high-pitched, childish sound that chilled her to the bone. With a single twist of his skinny frame, he sent her spinning to the floor. She crashed down hard, and he straddled her, the point of his blade tickling her eyeball.
"You were marked for death as soon as you laid eyes upon my mistress's work," he whispered. "She demands that you suffer for your interference. I will make this very, very slow."
The knife scraped across Imoda's eyeball, and she roared in agony. The vampire gasped, a wet, rattling sound. Through the haze of pain, Imoda saw its chest glow white-hot, then burst as a blindingly bright crystal sword punched through bone. "Self-indulgence is such a dangerous trait," said a soft voice, beautifully melodic and utterly composed. "You should have just killed her." The vampire snarled, somehow still trying to rise with a smoking hole in its chest. Imoda, her left eye a ball of white-hot pain, scrabbled onto the floor and found her pistol. Her fingers closed around its comforting metal grip. She pressed it between the vampire's fangs and fired. Its skull exploded in a shower of viscera. The headless body toppled aside, revealing a tall, graceful warrior, wielding a sword made of sunlight. An elf, but not like any she had seen before. His armor gleamed a blinding silver, and he wore a soaring back banner fashioned in the shape of a sun. Such a needlessly elaborate adornment that Imoda might have scoffed had she not marked the elf's pose and assured manner, his steely gaze, and the way he carried that blade, like it was an extension of his arm. This was a warrior born. "It would have paid to keep the creature alive, Elathor," came another voice, higher in pitch than that of the sword-wielder, but carrying many the same note of supreme confidence, as well as a tinge of reproach. "It might have told us many interesting things, were we to properly encourage it." It belonged to another elf, who crouched low over the body of poor Grutti. This one was as striking as her twin, clad in robes of azure, and carrying a staff whose crystal head glowed with the same blinding radiance as her kinsman's sword. "Direct your irritation to this one," said the warrior, nodding at Imoda. "She was the one who blew its head off." "Grutti," gasped Imoda, wincing as she dragged herself to her feet. She could feel the piercing burn of a broken rib. What was left of her eye was trickling down her face. She hauled herself over to where her first mate lay, crumpled and bleeding on the cobbles. "Your friend might live," said the female elf, with stark indifference. "I thought such a blow would surely kill her. Shall I take your gratitude for our timely rescue as implied?" "Take it and stow it any way you wish, elf," Imoda snapped. "Had you intervened sooner, I'd not be short one eye, and my first mate wouldn't be lying in her own blood. Who are you, anyway?" "My name is Elena, and this is my brother, Elathor. We have heard the rumours of your voyage to the Granthian Mountains, and the things you have witnessed there. You will tell us your tale. Leave nothing out. I do not exaggerate when I say that millions of lives depend on it."
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. Sacrifice.
Lord Exorcist Zygon summons the storms, lets it course through his body before releasing it into the surging wave of geists, and a half-dozen of them come apart in a spray of ectoplasmic mist. The Lord Exorcist turns and grasps Katia by the forearm, dragging the Evocator Prime to her feet.
"Rise, sister, our work is not yet done."
Though her neck has been savagely mauled by spectral talons, Katia does not falter for a moment. Even as she rises, her storm stave whips around to smash into the face of a blade-limbed horror, blasting it backwards with a piercing shriek. That is the last of the Night Haunt, for now, though Zygon can hear rattling moans and clanking chains, growing louder by the moment. "The dungeon awakens," says Katia, pressing a hand to the wound in her neck. Blood bubbles around her fingers, but does not gush freely. It is a deep cut, but not a mortal injury. By now, the great necromancer servants must know what we seek. Katia is a strong soul, fearless and noble, an embodiment of everything that a Hammer of Sigmar should be. Zygon believes that one day she will rise to the highest echelons of the sacrosanct command, if she escapes this nightmare alive. The Hammers of Sigmar do not fail, he says. Simple words, but all the reassurance that is needed. The evocator's remaining comrades form around her. Alnarius the Truth-Teller and the silent giant, Comestus. The last remaining warriors of Zygon's party, each of them bloodied and exhausted, but still filled with the quiet surety in their purpose here. Much has been sacrificed so that the Lord Exorcist and this small team might make it this far.
Follow me,
Zygon says.
We are close.
Advancing, they enter a vaulted chamber, whose walls are covered with row after row of narrow iron-spiked cages, each marked with Shaishan glyphs and occupied by wailing spirits who rage and thrash against their bindings to no avail. There are holes in the floor here and there, plunging pits from which emanate yet more agonizing screams. This is no typical lair of the spectral dead, but a depraved city of torture and cruelty, a place where souls are flayed apart and shaped into forms too terrible to imagine. The Great Oubliette, it is called, a name to thrust an icy lance of dread into the heart of any mortal. Ahead rises an immense gate, wrought not from metal or wood, but from screaming soul stuff. Faces writhe and churn amidst its glowing surface, their being so filled with sorrow and agony, Zygon's heart aches in sympathy. Not every soul can be saved, he reminds himself. The thought does little to assuage his guilt. Steeling his spirit, the Lord Exorcist raises his stave high and brings it crashing down with a thunderclap that shakes the bones. A shockwave of null magic blasts forth from the golden casket mounted atop the gleaming rod. It strikes the gate like a cleaving axe, sweeping away the churning spirits and silencing their haunting cries. Beyond the breached gate there is a room, strangely organic in shape, like a hollowed-out rib-cage. At its centre stands a glass sarcophagus twice the height of Zygon himself, hanging from heavy chains of rusted iron. The sarcophagus is filled with balefire, which flickers and dances across the walls, illuminating scores of arcane instruments, devices of dark necromantic purpose, whose function Zygon neither knows nor cares to contemplate. Within the angry flames of the sarcophagus, Zygon can see the prize for which his warriors have sacrificed so much. A dozen crackling bolts of golden energy crashing helplessly against the bonds of their burning prison.
Kinsman,
whispered Alnarius,
we have come for you.
I pray we are not too late. She staggers as she crosses the threshold. Following her, Zygon is struck by the same wave of horror and grief, so intense that it registers as physical pain. Alnarius falls to his knees. Even Comestus mutters a prayer to Sigmar and makes the sign of the comet. Only the Lord Exorcist does not flinch. He is no stranger to agonies of the soul.
Sigmar's blood,
whispers Alnarius.
What has been done to them?
Darker things than we can possibly imagine, says Katia. And these are but a few of the comrades whose souls have been claimed by Nagash. This dungeon spans a continent. By the God King, who knows what blasphemies the great necromancer is wreaking in its deepest levels?
How can we know they are not tainted beyond hope, says Comestus. Can spirits so damaged as these ever be reforged?
That matters not, Zygon says, filling his words with a certainty he does not feel.
We came here to recover our lost kin, and so we shall. They will be judged upon the anvil of apotheosis, not here, in this foul place.
The Lord Exorcist steps forward, shielding himself in an orb of crackling lightning that repels the complex web of the death wards and curses of withering layered across the chamber. He rests his redemption stave, the staff of his office, against the icy crystal of the sarcophagus, and begins to chant a liturgy of purification. He senses the essences of his own kind, and feels the distant flickering ember of hope stir within them. Yet, the more desperately he reaches out, the tighter the web of agony ensnaring them becomes. This device is warded by the foulest magics, he says. We must shatter these curses if we are to free our comrades. Alanus and Katia add their power to his own, while the giant Comestus moves to guard them. Already more geists are surging down from on high, passing clear through the walls of the fortress in search of intruders. Be swift, says Comestus, his eyes flashing icy blue as he enters his battle trance. His weapon crackles with storm energy, and he sets his feet to meet the spectral change. Zygon grits his teeth and calls upon every iota of his power, aware that he and his comrades only have a few minutes before the entire necropolis descends upon them. The demented howls of slashergeists echo around the stormcasts. Zygon can hear the crashing boom of Comestus' empowered weapons blasting ethereal foes apart, each blow filling the chamber with bright, white light. This magic is too powerful, hisses Alnarius. There is a cry from the doorway behind him, and Zygon risks a glance backwards to see Comestus sinking to the floor, ragged spectres tearing at his throat and slashing at his belly with cruel blades. He is still alive, as they begin to take him apart. There is no time for subtlety now. Zygon smashes his stave against the surface of the shade-glass sarcophagus, unleashing every ounce of the power within its celestium casket. The sarcophagus begins to shudder, cracked spider-webbing across its surface. With a final shattering blast, the sarcophagus explodes into fragments, and a great tongue of balefire washes across the chamber, scorching Zygon's flesh with its malignant touch. He ignores the pain as the lightning spirits trapped within the crystal break for freedom, darting about the roof of the chamber like panicked birds. Come, brethren, the Lord Exorcist calls, raising his stave high. Your suffering is over. The tormented spirits are drawn to the soothing light of his stave's casket. Descending in a flash of energy, they seek refuge within its golden doors. Zygon mutters a word of command, and the casket is once more sealed. Whether these tortured spirits can be redeemed or not, they will at least now return to Azir for judgment. Time to leave, says Alnarius the Truth-Teller, turning to face the Night-Haunt who have finished savaging the fallen Comestus, and now spill into the chamber in their scores. Yet no sooner has he raised his sword than a black shape drops from the ceiling, grasping the evocator in pale, spindly arms. Alnarius, cries Katia. But before she can come to her comrade's aid, there is a spray of bright arterial blood. The bent-backed horror, embracing Alnarius, bears a torture rack across its shoulders, bedecked with instruments of rack and ruin. These flensing knives and hooked chains now sink into Alnarius' flesh, and the warrior screams in agony as his body is torn to ribbons. Zygon sees another of these stooped nightmares emerge behind Evocator Prime, arms spread wide to grasp her. He sends forth bolts of celestial force that blast into the creature's form. It screeches and recedes into the shadows. But another of the spectral torturers drifts down from above, then another. They are aglow with deathly power, an aura of cruel hatred that sends rime frost crackling across the stones beneath Zygon's feet and over the surface of his armor. The spirit horde circles both the two remaining stormcasts, driven to a frenzy by the power of the spectral champions. What is left of Alnarius is hurled to the floor, armor and skin peeled away. As the evocator's body strikes the ground, it transforms into a sparkling bolt of lightning that crashes and bounces from the walls, unable to break free and race for the heavens. It is joined by Comestus' essence. Neither can escape the fell wards that surround this place. This cannot all be for nothing, said Katia. The Night-Haunt. Draw in. Zygon closes his eyes. He feels the etheric current building within him, a soothing fire that burns away all doubt and fear. Such power. The might of the heavenly storm is a force of both purification and destruction, capable of overwhelming even the strongest soul, if not channeled with caution. The Lord Exorcist abandons that caution now. He lets the lightning pour from him in a gushing torrent. It spills from his eyes, from his mouth, from the tips of his fingers. The shockwave of energy bursts across the chamber, hurling the spectral dead before it. The lesser wraiths judder and shriek as the magic of the heavens unmakes them. Even the necromantic aura of the four ghostly torturers is dimmed by Zygon's glorious light, and the Hunch fiends recoil in fury. Zygon knows that even though the God King is with him, he cannot maintain this onslaught indefinitely. Already his skin is beginning to blister and his eyes burn. There is but one chance now to fulfill his duty, one final sacrifice to be made. The casket of his redemption stave opens once more. Heeding its calls, the lightning spirits of Comestus and Alnarius cease their panicked flight and make for the sanctuary of its magical cache. "Cadia," gasps the Lord Exorcist. The Evocator Prime appears before him. He can see in her eyes, in the grim set of her jaw, she knows what he will ask. "Take my staff. I will buy you only a little time. Be swift, and do not look back." "My lord, there is no time for doubt," he gasps. Even to Zygon, his words sound distant, weak. Even as the lightning continues to spill from him, the Lord Exorcist holds out his stave of office to the Evocator Prime. She drops her own storm stave and accepts his offering. "Run," and she does. He knew that at this decisive moment she would not fail him. He sees her charge through the reeling storm of geists, her temple blade slicing through those that attempt to bar her path. She disappears from sight. Zygon knows that this is no certain sign of her escape, for the great oubliette is vast and filled with horror, and the Night Haunt now know that there are trespassers in their midst. He holds as long as he can, buying her all the time he can manage. Finally, unable to maintain his cascade of magic any longer, Zygon sags to his knees. No sooner has the lightning ceased than the nightmares once more creep back forth from the shadows. The 4 hunchback wraiths circle the exhausted Lord Exorcist, brandishing their flesh-ripping blades. "A dozen souls for mine," Zygon says, each word a trial. "A fair trade. One day my brethren will come for the rest, and we will tear this abomination down, stone by stone." The spectral torturers advance. Zygon sees his own helm reflected in the sheen of their weapons. There is a grotesque, rattling sound. The Lord Exorcist realizes that it must be the wraith's cruel laughter, and feels a momentary pang of unease. Why are they not enraged by the spirits that have been ripped from their clutches? Yet Zygon is too drained to interrogate the thought further. All he can do now is place his trust in Almighty Sigmar, who has never failed him. He closes his eyes. The blades descend. Agony, white-hot and all-consuming. Blade sliding and tearing beneath his skin, sinking into his eyes. Zygon knows that this is only the physical torment, and the worst will come when they begin to flay his very soul. Yet it is only pain. Pain can be endured. Failure cannot. And as his body is seized and lifted into the air, and the heavy manacles of iron close around his limbs, Lord Exorcist Zygon knows with blessed certainty that he has done all his God King asked of him.
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. Cast a long shadow. From the arched window of her quarters, Marathi Kane looked out across the urban sprawl of Har Kuron with a strange mixture of elation and despair. The newest addition to her hard-won empire, the city had been called Anvilgard not so long ago. It had a different ruler then, before she had become renewed. Now the city was hers, an annex to the Heliflux in Olgu, and a power base in the strategically vital hearthlands of the Great Parch. By the blood of the crow now, she hated it. At the edges of the port city below, yellow-green swirls of defoliant mist curled into the surrounding jungle, vaguely tentacular as they fringed the black-brown body of the port city. Their chemical stink mingled with wilted vegetation they were designed to fight, and the sulphurous vapours of the Charwind coast made for a scent not unlike piles of refuse left to rot in the sun. Before her apotheosis, each gut-churning whiff had made her skin itch, pricked at the corners of her eyes,
and made her even more irritable than she usually found herself in the company of fools. Such mortal concerns were long behind her, but it offended her sense of propriety none the less. A poor lair for a goddess, Huron, but a powerful statement, and for now it would suffice. Mingled screams reached her, carried on the evening air. At least the place was never boring. She turned away from the window, her serpent-haired shadow spreading along upon the alabaster wall. It shifted and writhed of its own accord, but it did not disturb her. That was far from unusual when her Shadow Queen form was torpid. Only the nest of snakes twisted into a great metallic crown, the shadow lengthening and becoming that of a slender, impossibly tall male with oil-black eyes, did her stance shift. "I wondered when you would pluck up the courage to visit your mother," she said. "My, how you've grown," came the hollowed voice reply, the slash of a smile opening in the kingly shadow on the wall. "My congratulations." "They make a welcome change from your contempt," said Morathi Kane. She looked away to mask her seething emotions, pouring herself a goblet of spiced blood from a flesh-warm decanter of fire-glass. "Things will be changing in Olgu as well as Akshwi, scion of mine. And still, even with your long-sought divinity, you cling to mortal habits. One must take pleasures where one can find them in these times of turmoil. No doubt your bedchamber has seen its fair share of turmoil of late." Morathi Kane slashed a long-nailed finger in the air, and one of the kingly shadow's fingers dropped away, greying to nothingness. The sneer of the shade's mouth turned to an angry snarl, its eyes flaring into tongues of white fire. "The time in which you can speak to me in such a manner is over," said Morathi, sipping from her goblet. "Be glad it is only your finger I take as punishment." "There will be a heavy price," said the figure, affecting nonchalance, "for this outrage and for your latest presumptions." The kingshade shifted to become a thing of blades, purple fire burning at their tips. "How do you think the barbarian will react to your blatant coup?" "He will do nothing more than thunder and grind his teeth, rather than to jeopardize one of the few alliances he has left," replied Morathi Kane. "Immortality has taught Sigmar the God King some measure of perspective, and he has his victory over Nagash, even if it is by proxy." She shrugged, bare shoulders pale in the moonlight. "Even with the Nadarite curse receding, he knows full well that for every city he builds, another will fall. At least Anvilgard fell to one who will ensure it still stands." "Delusion," said the shade. "His kind burns hot when the anger has them in its teeth, for like us, they recognize the power in it." A tempest of shadow formed around the apparition's bladed scalp, miniature towers toppling in flashes of light beneath. "They cannot put it aside without sage counsel, and who counsels the god of storms? Even now, in his precious gladiatorium, his dullard legions practice warcraft against simulacra casting your daughter's image." "Who would know of it better than you, the king of voyeurs?" "You lecturer of punishment," said the shade, shaking its extravagantly crowned head as its bladed incarnation took the aspect of a king once more. "You talk of justice, of consequence, when your own lust for power has endangered everything we fought for. The Dark Prince thrashes against his chains. His essence, somehow, bleeds free." The silhouette jabbed a finger at her, a drop of pitch-black blood running down the wall from its wounded hand. "A direct result of your ambition. You risk the worst of catastrophes, purely to sate your own selfish desires." Morathi Kane walked close, smeared the shade blood on her own fingertip, put it to her lips. As ever, the ends justify the means. There was a knock at the chamber's door, quiet but distinct. Her ambassador to Hamahal, the elegant Selendi Liazis, appeared half-hidden in the vestibule. "My lady, the rebels!" "Silence!" shouted Morathi Kane, hurling her goblet at the messenger without looking. It struck Selendi full in the chest, and the ambassador recoiled with a terrified hiss. "Silence!" the goddess said again, her voice quiet and silken. "I am spending time with my son." "As fine an appreciation for the arts of rulership as ever," said the Shade King when they were alone once more. "Better to be feared than loved. So you do listen then?" "If only you hearkened to your own lessons," said the shadow. "You cannot keep your allies drunk on the honey of your voice. With the Nekaran's work undone, Sigmar's gaze will turn to you." "I have plans to avert it. Besides, I fear that he will have his hands rather full if he seeks order now that dear Alarielle is making her play. Even in Olgu you must have felt the realms shiver with unease." "They will be brought to heel, but the twins have become emboldened by the victory of light over death. The blind one tests my borders as we speak. Vicariously, at least." "For now," said the Shade. "The Haitians are seekers, always probing, always shining light where it is not wanted. If the Lords of Illumination find a stable path through Carthatia before we are in full control, the shroud will soon tear, and the entire notion of supremacy will be at risk." "Teclis is laying the groundwork already. Under his delusions of altruism, he knows it is the only true path." Morathi Kane smiled, but there was no mirth in it. "He is right. One does not send a child to slay a drake, and not all in the shadow of the mage god resent the manner of our work." The Haitian sun outside the window pierced the mist for a moment. A beam of sunlight speared down, refracting through the window to form a smaller figure on the wall. It was slender, robed and armoured, with a tall helm in the manner of the Venari. The Shade King moved his uninjured hand above it, and it danced, as if to music. "The dream is persuasive," said Malarian. "In the right light it turns from black to grey to white, and thanks to the swift thinking of my agents in Shaish, I have just the offering I need to open negotiations once more." The Shade King held up a giant mask, regal and lambent, framed by bifurcated horns, and cast in the image of a Eumetrican longhorn. Glowing dust cascaded from the crumbled realmstone at its neck. "Ah, my little magpie," said Morathi Kane, looking at the Shade King with genuine affection. "Even under aeons of cold hatred, I can still find the embers of my love for you. But sadly, I must cut this short." "I heard," smirked the shadow. "The humans are revolting." "Don't ever change, my dear," said the goddess, rolling her eyes as she turned away. She smiled, nonetheless, suddenly wistful, as her mood lifted once more. There was killing to be done.
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. The Tusken's Tale. Come in from the wastes, warrior of ruin. Drink from our spoils. Sharpen your blade, for though you are not amongst friends, our causes align. Hear now my tale. I am Morthak-Tar. In the speech of the thin-limbed mortals, I am a chieftain of the Gorkin, Beastman, so we are named. My horns are sharp and thick, my arms Many are the victories I have won, and the enemies I have devoured before the herd stones. Not always was it so. Once I was like you. My skin was soft and pink, my fangs were blunt, my brow was uncrowned. Turnskin I am, mutant, no true gore, but changed from weakling human stock. It is for this reason you'd let live, for my full-blood kin would kill you on sight and be done with it. Yet I was strong enough to survive, strong enough to rise and to change. Ruin's favor is with me. Once I dwelt in the green lands of Gyron, fighting for your dark gods. When I was wounded, my tribe left me to die. This is as it should be. Long did I wander until I reached the shadowed heart of Witherdell. The horned darkness found me then, and I demanded it. Give me strength! The change took me. Day by day I swelled, nourished by the land's hate. Fur bristled across my flesh, my horns grew. I was left some command of your kind's tongue, better than most of my kind, but all else was beast. I hunted my tribe, I butchered them, I ate their hearts and their marrow. It is important to know these things. The realms speak to those who are strong. Only through the kill do we prove our worth. Listen now to my triumphs. I traveled to the higher lands. I hacked apart demon spawn, craven wizards to seize the treasures of old shaman kings, and then trampled them. For they offered power to the weak, and so deserved destruction. When the lightning men came, I took upon my blades against them, for they too were weak, and I centered the storm maggot upon them, he who once cast my kind from our hunting grounds. Years passed, my fur thickened, my horns sharpened. Later I slunk into the Bonelands, fighting alongside Great Ghost Eater against the living and the dead. For those who cannot accept they are fallen, are weak. I do not know why I then returned to the Life Realm. That the Greenlands were my former home mattered nothing. I shed my hated past, though I was no true-born Gore, and loathed by my kin. Through my might and blessings, I have become a war leader of a strong herd. My kind's span is often short and brutish, yet I have endured a century or more. Maybe I wished to prove that the great cycles would bend to me. Maybe it was the dirge horn, finding its droning voice once more, that called me back. Maybe it was never my choice. I dreamt often those days. Dreams of the shadow grave, the beast who devours. He has haunted these realms longer than your gods. He speaks to us more openly. Madness born of too much stolen grog, you say? Perhaps, Falzorn, perhaps. We were expected. No sooner had my warriors passed the gate than more of our kin came to us. The herd of Goragan Kai. I did not know him then, fool I was. Destiny clings to that shaman like his cloak of stitched man-flesh. The Bulgors, our cousins, follow him and fear him, for it is said he was raised amongst them. They respect only strength, even more than us. My herd voiced the howl of our challenge, and prepared for bloodshed. Kai would not have it, said that the Shadowgave had told him of our coming. A chief who would talk rather than fight cannot survive for long amongst Gorkin, yet Kai has gifts of his own. He speaks many cunning beast tongues, and his words weigh heavy. He challenged us to equal his raids against the tree folk. I accepted. Little encouragement was needed. We have warred against tree folk since there were tree folk to wage war against. All hate us, and we hate all, but we hate them most. Our howls muffle their vile song, breaking the wheel of nature. But I think our older claim on the Greenlands also enrages them. The Gorkin were here before the first of their kind ever sprouted, forcing the rocks and trees to accept savage change. You laugh, falsehorn. Ha ha. Do I surprise you? Yes. We are capable of thought beyond simple savagery and slaughter. Our appearance does not make us mindless, whatever those who cower behind pretty walls claim. It is true that few of us speak man's tongue, though you begin to follow my words more clearly, I feel. Why should we bother to learn them? When the end comes, it will be our hooves stomping you into the muck before we follow you down to the Bone Lands and to butcher you one last time. A target was easy to find, a shrine to their slain hunter god, still bearing the stink of corpsemen. You snort with approval. You have fought corpsemen before. All have these days. The roots of the land withered from their touch. The tree folk would not sense us coming. We watched as they struck down the weakling shamblers, waited for the bark priests to begin chanting a mewling ritual. Only then did I signal the attack. You have seen battle. You can imagine how we spilled into the grove, braying as we crashed into them. The blades of my bestigors were sharp, and soon set about their tree kings. The rest of us pressed, roaring and hacking and biting and goring. War is simple. It is the struggle in the mud, the urge to cleave and despoil until all is crushed. We excel at it. Even then, through the red rage, I sensed something was wrong. The land shivered in ways it had not since the realms quaked beneath the death beast's howl. Roots grasped for my warriors, wrapping around legs and sending them staggering onto blades. Rocks shuddered and burst. The air tasted too clean. I heard it humming. This was no feeble display of green magic. It was something else, the beginning of something else. I felt its purity, and it was hateful to me. I found my foe quickly. Winged they were, bound to some frail deepwood spirit, bearing a spear and wearing false antlers. That enraged me. My bestigors charged and died. Gorag's heart was punched out by the spear. Mordog's head was sheared in twain. Gazlang's belly was opened until he tripped on his own guts. 3 Gorkins slain in as many heartbeats. I thought no more of them. Only the enemy mattered. Our fight was brutal, if short. The tree thing's spear opened my limbs to the bone, and blood matted my fur. But I, Morthak Tar, snapped its false antlers, tore its wings, and sundered its shield. I see you salivate and grunt in battle lust. Here you stomp the earth with your bone-infused feet in the need for slaughter. You see it now. You realize our strength. I proved mightier. My hoof drove into the creature's waist, breaking it almost in two. As it fell, I stood over it, axe raised and ready to cut. I do not know how long Kai had been stalking us, likely ever since we joined his war. I felt his creeping magic seize my blade arm, restraining the killing blow, even as he savaged the fallen forest thing with sorcery. In that moment, I would have called him dead for the insult, though he was shaman breed and so touched by fate. Kai cared nothing for my anger. He crouched over the tree thing and grunted words I do not understand. That is when the Sylvaneth began to sing. They sing all the time, but not like this. To false horns, perhaps it would be unnerving. To us, it was fire and pain. Our natures are opposed to theirs in ways outsiders cannot understand. What is sacred to them is foul to us. I saw Kai stagger and clamp his hands over his ears. I collapsed, senses burning, tearing at my own flesh to let out the murderous melody in my blood. Visions flashed, a twisted oak burning with green flame, a mountain cracking open, its maw widening to swallow a world. Crooked pipers cackling in shadows, drakes of amber and starlight circling a horned god of stone. I heard them then, the realms howling as something shifted in their souls. When sanity returned, the tree folk were butchered. In our rush to silence them, we had torn them apart. Guy stood alone. Though he was hunched against his staff, I could not strike him, for what I had seen burned in his eyes also. "Time flees from us, chieftain," said the shaman then, in the true beast tongue. "The Tree Mother prepares her song. When she sings it, all will change. It will infest the realms with the energies of clean life. Even she may not know its full power. We must stop her. We must stop her before the song is sung and all is pain. And so that is where we must go. As we travel, we draw more warriors to our banner, for all Gorkin know that the song must be silenced. Into the depths of the Tree Mother's domain we stampede, burning her forests and harrowing the groves of her servants. The Shadow Cave moves within us, lending us speed and vigor, for he sensed the schemes of his nemesis in motion. But we do not go alone, do we? For I see the fur sprouting across your flesh, your clumsy feet hardening into hooves, and the bone pushing at your brow. I told you I had blessings. I spoke of the power of tongues. It seems my tale has called to the beast within you. Your horns will grow nicely, I think. Drop your weapon, turn skin, for that is what you are now, like me. But even
another tremor rocked the Orgium chamber of the Palace Excelsior, causing a shower of marble and dust to rain from the ceiling. Grand Matriarch Yargoslushan jumped backwards in time to avoid a fist-sized chunk which slammed into the tiles, missing her skull by the width of a Norfly's wing. "I thought I said I wanted those Gargant stone hurlers bombed into oblivion," she said. "Where are the Sky Battalions?" Wing Commodore Ragni Dreckerson removed his goggles, revealing twin circles of ruddy skin in a face otherwise stained entirely soot black. "They've done as much as they can, Grand Matriarch. We must have set the whole field ablaze, but I've never seen so many greenskins in one place. They just keep coming." Yargoslushan cursed under her breath. Her fingers closed around the jewelled pommel of Warspite. She had not unsheathed the song in far too long, and her warrior's heart yearned to join her city folk atop the great curtain wall of Excelsis, to repel the cursed Auric invaders with blade and gunshot. But that was not her place. Not anymore. "Get whatever we have refueled, rearmed, and back into the air," she snapped. "Tell the Scarlet Scourge to ram their contraptions down the Gargant's throats if need be. The walls cannot withstand this barrage." Drakison's eyes were bleary with fatigue after a day and night of constant sorties, but he did not object. He knew the omens as well as she. It was fight or die now. The Dwarden made the sign of the comet, snapped its heels together, and departed. Yargasution doubted she would ever see him again, but put the thought far from her mind. In war there was no place for sentimentality. The Grand Matriarch stared at the shimmering floor of the Augurium, hoping that something within the dizzying collage of half-formed images would stand out to her. The entirety of the chamber floor was carved from prophecy-infused crystal mined from the Spear of Malice, forming a stratified map of the City of Secrets and the surrounding coastline. Emanating from the smooth obsidian were minute fragments of augury, projected in visual form. A stretch of wall overwhelmed and stormed by hulking Auric brutes. A gyrocopter squadron spiralling down in flames to smash into the veins, toppling ramshackle buildings like playing cards. These were disasters yet to come, some of which may be circumvented by bold action. The Augurium offered the city's military commanders a glimpse of forthcoming events, a premonition of the anarchic ebb and flow of combat. Though the hardliner, anti-magic thugs of the Nullstone Brotherhood would spit blood if they knew of its presence, and indeed its importance to the city's defences, the ingenious sorcery of this chamber had been instrumental in keeping the enormous greenskin horde at bay. Still, it was not foolproof. It took the combined arcane communion of dozens of the collegiate seers to siphon and interpret such an endless torrent of visions and gleanings, and the work took a grievous toll. Even then, it was not always reliable. If it had been, maybe they would have seen this disaster coming long ago. One of the clearest images depicted the eastern gate towers assailed by a churning throng of greenskins, hooded gargants reaching up to pluck hurricanum emplacements and cannon batteries as if they were ripe fruit. This image lasted only a few moments before evaporating into motes of dancing light. "Hi, Ordnancer," Yargasusion said, turning to the diminutive Daland Cross, who snapped to attention. "Turn half a dozen Hellstorm batteries to the eastern gate and get them sighted in. I want a storm of death to rain down on anything that dares approach our walls." Cross nodded and began bellowing a stream of orders to his adjutants. It was not truly the purview of the Grand Matriarch to be reorganizing artillery batteries, but needs must. Prime Commander Fettelin was dead, crushed to paste by a falling cannon, and there was an unspoken agreement that Yargasusion, a former general of the Free Guilds herself and a veteran of a dozen campaigns, was the best place to take over his duties.
"By the God King, no!"
moaned Granseer Trasmus, who knelt at the centre. He was surrounded by a dozen acolytes, all trembling under the strain of deciphering the fragmented readings of the Spear of Malice into something semi-decipherable. As the Grand Matriarch turned to speak with her foremost interpreter of prophecies, another of the wizards collapsed, drooling blood and twitching spasmodically.
"Speak up, Granseer,"
growled Flavius Murgat, the city's orator magnus. His voice seemed to shake the chamber as much as the distant thunder of Gargant-hurled boulders raining down from beyond the walls.
"Vague exclamations are of little help to us."
Trasmus waved his iron oak staff, and a sphere of glittering light coalesced in the air before him. Within the orb of light, the Grand Matriarch could glimpse a grim canvas, the cavorting host of painted men and women spilling through the west gate, eyes rolling over white as they fell upon the few beleaguered free-guilders that still held the passage behind a barricade of Auric corpses. Sauntering through the carnage came two strange figures. The first, a gilded statue of a being, a flaxen-haired prince with curving horns and joyous evil eyes. The second, a corpulent mass of flesh atop a lurching palanquin, borne aloft by pale-fleshed brutes, blood seeping down his many jowls. Yargasujan's revulsion rose as bile in her throat, and she spat upon the floor as the image petered into nothing.
"Yet another host descends upon us,"
says Trasmus, his voice little more than a whisper.
"Skin revellers and decadent reavers, many thousands at least."
A bitter growl of frustration escaped the Grand Matriarch. Sigmar's blood! Is there no end to our misfortune? Filthy rat-men crawling beneath our streets, a continent's worth of greenskins hammering at our gates, and now a damned heathen cavalcade. How long do we have?
"I do not know for certain. The premonition is unclear. Perhaps several days, perhaps no more than a matter of hours."
"We cannot hold against another army," said High Despot Legaman, his measured, almost bored voice belaying the severity of his words. He stared at her through heavy-lidded eyes, apparently ambivalent to the disaster unfolding around them. Yargasujan had always found the man's unflappable nature strangely infuriating. "Grand Matriarch, it may be time to consider our options. Neither the Oryx nor this heathen army can be allowed to lay their hands upon the Spear of Malice in the White Reaper's absence. The decision to enact the deathless decree is yours alone." "No!" snapped Yargasujan. "Not while my soldiers have bullets left to fire and strength enough to lift a sword. I will not turn our guns upon this city until all hope is lost."
"What I showed you was but a fraction of the evils I have foreseen," said Trasmus. "You cannot imagine what horrors these fiends will unleash upon Excelsis. My sacred duty is to safeguard the Spear of Malice and to prevent its secrets from falling into the hands of the unworthy. What dreadful things might the worshippers of ruin accomplish were they to seize it?"
"They will not,"
came a strange, chirping voice. The Grand Matriarch and her advisers turned to see a diminutive creature standing amidst the swirling lights of the inaugurium, leaning upon a staff of gold. It was a bipedal reptile, less than half the size of Yargasujan herself, with a crown of iridescent feathers atop its crest. It stared at her through unblinking yellow eyes.
"How did this creature enter the Palace Excelsium?" roared Flavus Mugat. "Star scales have no place in the conclave. Get it out of here. We have a war to fight."
Yargasujan held up a hand to silence the blustering oaf. She was one of the very few beings in the city who had seen the strange lizard shamans of the Seraphon in battle firsthand, and knew that despite its frail appearance, this creature could immolate the orator Magnus with a flick of its claws. "Your counsel is welcome," she said, meeting the skink's gaze. "You believe this heathen host will not reach the city? But my augurs say otherwise. I have glimpsed their visions myself." The skink priest cocked its head again. Its reptilian features were hard to read, but the Grand Matriarch thought she caught a hint of amusement as the creature bared its needle-like teeth.
"Visions only,"
it said, its voice strangely distant and muffled. Yargasujan was not sure if the creature was speaking naturally, or if she alone could hear its thoughts echoing in her mind.
"Ripples cast across ocean of stars, but only reflections of true pattern, not to be trusted."
The shaman's eyes glowed like blue fire. It began to walk amongst the sculpted map of the coast of Tusks, reaching out to pluck strands of magic, weaving them together into a sphere of blinding white light.
"See,"
the lizard shaman said, and hurled the orb at Yargasujan. Its radiance engulfed her. There was a flash of intense pain, and a raft of images came flooding into her mind. Again she saw the great host of heathen revellers, but this time they were not forcing their way through the gates of her city. Instead, they were encamped in a thick and gloomy jungle, surrounded by the slain and mutilated corpses of scaled creatures, a breed of Seraphon, but far larger and more fearsome than the little shaman. Judging by the scores of slain chaos worshippers strewn about, they had accounted for many of their foes before succumbing to death. The aftermath of some bloody battle. Again, she glimpsed the gilded giant and the bloated glutton staring at one another with looks of utmost hatred from across the corpse-strewn clearing. The followers of each heathen lord gathered about their respective master. The sense of tension was palpable. "What is this?" Yargasujan said.
"The pattern was starred,"
came the lizard shaman's voice.
Events ordered to fit the great plan at the cost of many earth spawns. A necessary sacrifice.
How or why the killing started, the Grand Matriarch could not say. There were raised voices, shouts and insults, boasts and accusations. A blade was drawn and thrust into an eye socket. The heathens fell upon each other in a frenzy of violence, stabbing, gouging, and tearing. Swaggering, masked warriors danced and swayed through a mass of pale, writhing bodies, opening bellies and throats with graceful swipes of their swords. Crested knights atop strange, lizard-like mounts fought hideous claw-limbed fiends, while rippling volleys of arrows punched deep into tattooed flesh. Yargasujan, no stranger to violence, found her gorge rising at the sheer sadism of it all. The two rival warlords hacked and shoved their way through the melee, desperate to murder one another. Before they met in battle, the visions ceased.
Grand Matriarch!
Ugat was shouting, directly into her ear at hurricane force. She shoved him away. Her conclave members were staring at her with looks of concern and confusion. I am fine, Yargasujan snapped, before turning back to the lizard shaman. The heathens have turned upon one another, then. They will not come to my city?
In time, but too late to prevent what is to come.
Relief flooded through Yargasujan, but was quickly extinguished when she recalled the forces already arrayed against her people. One disaster at a time, then. That was the key to military command, in the Grand Matriarch's opinion. So we are to be spared the lash of the Dark Prince after all, she said. Just the small matter of 1,000,000 greenskins to deal with, and a bunch of deranged cultists running amok in the Crystalfall district. And doubtless other disasters as yet to reveal themselves. What has your master seen of my city's fate, Starscale? Can we survive the night?
This I cannot know. There is a void in the cosmic pattern all around this place. Even the mightiest relic priest cannot penetrate its blackness. We see only blood and fire, and the earth split asunder. Much death to come, Warmblood, much suffering.
You will stand with us regardless? Yargasujan asked. It cocked its head and studied her for a moment, then bobbed its head. Good, the Grand Matriarch said, feeling a surge of energy for the first time in what felt like days. Summon the entire conclave, and send word to the White Reaper. If Excelsis is to fall, we shall make its end a legend they will sing about in Azerheim until the stars themselves burn out.
Tales from the Age of Sigmar.
Gordrak took a breather, a fiery sensation pulsing through his bunched and swollen muscles as he stood in the shadow of an alleyway, axes dripping blood. It was a good pain, the kind you got after a full day's battle without any of the boring bits, like trying to find new heads to lop off, and it was making him feel a bit better. The burning, screaming city around him was just full of humies to kill, after all. Not just humies, either. The siege was a total mess, the city so big that mustering a proper horde had become impossible. His attack was in tatters. He'd lost Big Teeth, who was still half mad after his wounds in the big fight. When Gordrak had last seen him, the Maw Crusher was bowling through a knot of humies as he went for the harbour, likely in search of a shark to nibble on. The Warg had started well, a thunderous landslide of greenskin muscle that he'd kept more or less intact all the way to Donce. He'd seen an opportunity when that god thing had turned up, the horse-looking one with the earthquake hooves that Scragrot had called crag nostrils, or something. Seemed like a decent asset, so Gordrak had offered him a proper fight to test him out. It had been a good scrap, one of his best, and he smiled at the recollection. At the end of it, when the bad moon had called it a draw, Gordrak had grudgingly agreed to let the god live, just like when Gorkamorka had joined forces after his duel with Sigmar. One battering ram was good, but 2 was better, and he had a city to smash. Hammergord was so huge and slow that he knew the Humies would have got word of it ages ago. Sure enough, they'd put up some kind of glyph magic on the gates that'd blown up the battering ram real good. He could feel the rage rising every time he thought of it, but they were expecting 1 big punch, not 2. Gordrak looked at his twin axes, Cunning and Smasher, each nasty enough to cut an ogre in half, even an ogre spellbelcher in the case of the former, and smiled. He'd learned the value of using 2 hitty things rather than 1 a long time ago. So he'd made his loud, obvious attack, and then, with a nice loud "Wah!" he'd brought his secret weapon into play. The god thing had bust open the city walls real good and proper with his attack, letting the hordes go grunters through the breach to start the killing for real. What do you know? It had worked. That should have been enough, should have got them where they needed to be. But in truth, he hadn't really got a plan after getting past the walls and beating everything inside to a pulp. Turns out the city had a secret weapon of its own coming from the sea, elves, and lots of them. No match for him on the open plain, but in the tangled streets where it was all alleyways and rooftops, they'd broken the wag like rocks break a wave. Now the Greenskin army rallied, hollered, and stormed around, sacking the city in a directionless morass, led down dead ends and pelted with rocks from above where they couldn't get up to kill the Yumi defenders. Skragrot had fled into the tunnels as soon he'd sensed things going south, as usual. Even now, Gordrak could see Grots running like maniacs towards him from the other side of the alleyway, red eyes glinting, froth spilling from their mouths. One had a cauldron slopping gruel left and right as he waddled forward. Another wore the mask of the hated sun god they called Frazzlegit, and a third was clinging on hard to a giant shrew with spider legs. Pretty normal for Grots, but it put Gordrak's back up nonetheless. They were supposed to be killing, not mucking about like they were youths at a shroom festival. Just his luck to get separated from the boys and get stuck with a bunch of weedy, hallucinating runts for company.
"Oi, you lot,"
he said, stepping in their path.
"What do you think you're—"
The one on the shroom glowed green-blue, light pouring across the alleyway as cyan froth poured from discoloured lips and stained teeth. He convulsed, the other Grots recoiling as if stung, as if thick smoke billowed from his mouth. Weightless, the Grot rose, arms flung outwards and giving out a thin scream like the whistle of a pot-grot's kettle. "Gordrak," he said, the voice echoing weirdly in the alleyway as the rest of the Grots scarpered like startled rats. "Gordrak."
"What?"
"This is Morg, Gordrak. You done it all wrong, Gordrak." The Fist of Gork tipped his head to one side, lips curling, but his axes stayed put for the moment.
"Oh, yeah?"
"Yeah," said the Mork Grot. "You should have got them other artifacts."
"Not these things again,"
growled Gordrak.
"I broke open the city, didn't I?"
"Yeah, but problem is, it's the god's mate," said the Mork Grot, flailing its arms wide as its eyes span.
"You got the snake one, and the big frog one, but he ain't a god, but he's close. Then, you got that hornhead running about. You got to find a way to level the field, Gordrak. That's what them artifacts would have done, like the prophecy said, innit? Too late now." "I got one of 'em, didn't I? Fat lot of good it did me,"
the Mork Grot screeched in frustration.
"You got it, you big lunk, but without the gubbins to protect it, to meet all the magic flingers on even terms, This city's getting stumped flat, but they ain't gonna let you sit on top of the pile, and Kragnos don't care about nothing but stamping on stuff. You got all the brutal an orc can have, but not enough of the cunning.
Gordrak shrugged.
Dunno, sounds like a lot of fetching and carrying to me. You gotta be both if you wanna be the biggest boss of all. Not just the fist of Gork, but the fist of Gorkamorka. Think on that. I'll show 'em when I get through to the big glowy gates and smash the hammer god. I'll show the lot of them. They're all the way up there.
The Mork grot flailed his stick-thin limbs in the general direction of a vast, sheer-sided fortress jutting from the edge of the city.
And protected by hundreds of them storm yids, with them lizards and all. Nah, you got impatient like usual, and you blew it. You gotta go a different way now. I'm the biggest and the fiercest. I can take 'em. This is good, mate. No matter how tough you are, there's always a bigger beastie.
Said Gordrak, jaw jutting as he stepped forward.
You talk too sogging much for a god. You ain't no Mork. Yeah, I am too,
squeaked the Mork grot.
I am him.
Gordrak ripped Cunning around hard, the edge catching the hovering grot in the neck so hard his head popped off like a cork. As the decapitated body fell to the ground, a ghastly, distorted figure with a giant mushroom for a boss hat and a sharp metal nose shimmered purple in the cloud of spores for a moment. Snazgar's stink mullet, or rather his spirit. Somehow he'd taken over the mewling grot through some horrible shroom magic. Gordrak caught the gurning spirit with Smasher's backswing, the enchanted axe tearing the apparition into tatters of dissipating ectoplasm and spore smoke. He spat on the ruined corpse bleeding out before him.
Some gits you just gotta kill twice. But he was right.
Gordrak span around, temper flashing hot. Behind him was a bone splitter, hulking and near naked, his chest painted with squig-stained spirals, and the four-legged glyph of the earthquake god. His posture was bent, as if he was used to carrying heavy armour, and his physique was far bulkier than your average spirit chaser. By Gordrak's reckoning, he'd been an Ironjaw not so long ago, and by his scars he was one that had taken a right clobbering at that.
Oi, Buckrock, came a distant Auric voice. Get back here, we found some more.
The newcomer ignored him. This one had glowing eyes too, but they were green, and as they bored into Gordrak's own, something about them made his soul roar loud.
Find a new path,
intoned the bone splitter, his voice so deep and rumbly that it shook mortar from the alley walls.
Find the gate you lost, then find yourself the mouth of Mork. 2 heads is better than 1, Gordrak. I should know. You know what?
Said the Auric warlord, looking up at the sky already lit by the light of a new dawn as the bone splitter shuffled off.
I might just do that. Thanks, Gork.
He hefted his axes and sniffed for the salt tang of the sea, and made for the carnage at the harbour.
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. Cunning. Squishy, stinking swamps. How Kruggrump hated them.
But this was the way the warpath led. The tribe's butcher, Glotto Sixchins, had been quite clear about that. There was a good eating. The jowly old swine had... There was good eating, the jowly old swine had said, out past the marshes, and as the hunter with the sharpest eyes, it was down to him to find the good stuff. Thing is, Kruggrump wasn't sure if he was the eater, or the one being eaten. Here he was, sloshing through knee-deep sludge with leeches all over his legs, each foot-long critter sucking hungry as a newborn piglet at his mother's teat. He pulled one up from his leg and slapped it into his mouth,
the squish of its ropey body between his grinder teeth making up for the brief flash of pain he'd felt as he'd ripped its needle fangs out his kneecap. He'd been thigh-deep in the bog for days, the muck around him thick with a smell like farting goats mingled with mouldering corpses, and which somehow managed to be worse than both. He'd never admitted to the iron guts, let alone Tyrant Logsnap himself, but it was beginning to make him feel a bit, well, odd. The crocodile bite he'd got a few hours ago was giving him grief something fierce now. His thigh all red and swollen, no matter how much spit he'd slopped on there. The beasts of the swamp had been especially ornery of late, aggressive to the point of attacking on sight. Seemed Gur itself had been out for them these days, ever since things had started to grow bigger than ever. As a hunter, he relished a challenge, loved to take the realm on at its own game. But recently, he'd wished he'd been one of the lads that had gone up to the big fight in Excelsis, rather than one of those who'd stayed behind. Not so many beasts in the city, but so many thinlings the whole tribe could stick 6 of them on a spit and have plenty more for afters. His belly gave a loud grumble at that thought. Something loomed in the fog ahead. One of the twisted spine-limbed trees, nasty enough to survive out here, by the look of it, and this one was a real beauty. It was so massive the top of it disappeared from sight, but as he got closer he could make out bodies hung from the trees, not by rope or vine noose, but each pierced through the torso with a gut to dangle floppily with their limbs hanging down amongst the drape moss. The larder of some climber beast or a winged horror most likely, each corpse half rotten and stinking to high heaven. In other words, a treasure trove. "Thing is," said the ogre to himself as he slowed his sloshing footsteps on approach, "you gotta kill the beast before you nab its dinner." An old hunter's saying, and one that was just Gurish good sense. Better yet, if he'd made it to the top of the tree, he could.
"Oi, Crogrump!"
came a shout from a few hundred yards behind him.
"Get your lardy arse up that tree and have a look-see, will ya?"
The hunter closed his eyes for a second, giving himself a moment to gather his temper before turning and making an obscene gesture back at Glotto. The butcher and the rest of the lads were emerging from the mist behind him. Sloshing onwards, his eyes peeled for the telltale ripple of a terrapin or a gargantuaconda. Cargrump made it to the tree. Propping his spears on the lower branches, he pulled himself up on thick stab-thorned boughs near the bottom easy enough, his sheer weight making the branches groan and the corpses impaled upon them shiver and dance.
"Stay near the trunk,"
he muttered to himself, securing his spear bow over his shoulder,
"and it's a feast when you get back down."
Hand over hand he went, a scrape there, a splinter there, the overripe corses impaled on the tree's upwards pointed thorns jerking around his progress. No foliage, thank the gulping god. This tree fed on the land as a tick fed on the back of a goat. Just as well, he thought. The climb was difficult enough without it. The mist was getting thick now, its stench filling his nostrils. It was making his head swim, and when he saw a corpse, he could swear it was grinning at him.
"Nearly there, corpse meat,"
said one, a dead thinling woman with a badly broken neck.
"Nearly at the threshold."
"You want to come here, sir?"
said another, a Dwarden with far too many teeth slashed bared in a slashed cheek.
"He wants to squish us and swallow us down."
"He's harmless,"
said a third voice, that of a balding Sigmarite with a twin-tailed comet tattooed on his forehead.
"Or he soon will be."
Crogump screwed his eyes shut, headbutting the trunk of the tree to clear out his head as he pushed on higher and higher still. The foul-smelling mist was thinning now, and he could make out a distant ridge up ahead. The ridge that Glotto had spoken of, crested with the ruin of an ancient castle and with a winding stair up the cliff face to meet it. He slammed his forehead into the tree trunk one more time and squinted. Sure enough, It was still there. At the ruined castle's top was what a flock of Krugrum took to be first birds of prey, but realised, given the scale of the fortress on which they were perched on, were in fact monstrous wyvern-like vultures, big enough to carry a grunter in their talons. Each had a greenskin rider atop it. One of the riders, a hunched figure with 4 banners on its trophy rack, had taken position higher than the others, and was gesticulating wildly as he held court. The Yorick leader stopped waving its hands to look in his direction, and he nearly fell out the tree. It was like being punched in the soul. The rider threw back its head and roared, so loud Krugrum could faintly hear it on the wind. Around it, the bird things took flight like a flock of startled crows. A moment later, the Yorick was coming right for him, the banners on its trophy rack fluttering, but it was still a good bit distant.
Plenty of time.
Plenty of time, thought Krugrum, as he pulled out his spear bow and settled his back against the tree trunk. He'd get 2, maybe even 3 shots in before something yanked him violently from behind, hoisting him up into the air with a sudden shrill cry. He dropped his bow in surprise, scrabbling for his skinning knife and slashing upwards at the huge scaly claws that sunk deep into the meat of his shoulders, but it was like carving bark from a tree trunk. A giant beak cawed and shrieked above him, on either side vast wings beating hard to send swirls of mist spiralling around him. The massive vulture pecked at him, ripping his knife out of his hand and taking a couple of fingers with it. Krugrum bellowed in outrage, twisting to bite into its ankle and sink his teeth deep, but still the great raptor held on, shifting its grip, to catch his arm and pull so hard he felt the inside of his shoulder tear. There was a deep bass laugh from the vulture as the castle bore its rider in close.
"Quiet when they want to be, these corpse rippers," shouted the orc. "Leave their dinner as bait." "Call them off, you knuckled old runt. This is cheating." "That's no way to talk to the close mate of Mork and the Prophet of Kragnos," said the Auric reproachfully. He was a shaman by the look of it, given the strange collection of bric-a-brac he had dangling around his settled throne. "Gubsprack's the name. I'd say remember it. Pot." Wings beaten hard, the rider's beast twisted in midair to thrust its claws towards him. He held out his other arm to protect his face, only to have it grabbed in the steel trap grip of the creature's talons. In a heartbeat he was held, suspended in midair, amongst a buffeting confusion of beating wings and sharp screaming beaks, the tree's upper branches a spear's length below him. His arms were being pulled so hard in either direction he could do no more than twist and kick in a futile attempt to get free. "You're not on the march, big lad," came the voice, gruff and penetrating. "You know where the Fist of Gork is. Gordrak, heard of him? Tell me, and you go free. I might even lead your tribe back to solid ground." There was something in the voice's tone, an orky authority, more to do with confidence than volume. "Yeah," shouted Krugrum, the agony in his shoulders making his voice a pained yelp. "The big city, Excelsis, heading south." "Got it," said the shaman. "Kill a beak, Talon, take a limb for yourselves, but let the rest drop down free." There was a terrible, mind-swallowing agony in Krugrum's shoulders as his arms were ripped bodily from their sockets in 2 great fountains of blood. There were loud caws of triumph as the world spun around him, the half-heard laughter of the tree corpses mingling to make a hideous cacophony. The hunter crashed down, smashing through the branches and thudding off rotting cadavers as he went. A loud cracking impact racked his body as he hit the lowest bough. He could just about see a giant thorn-like protrusion stabbing up through his chest to point like a red claw raised to the sky. His vision swam, a pool of ink and blood with a distorted, jowly face in the midpoint. "Found something, then," said Glotto, the butcher's fat and sweaty face leering in close. His breath smelt like an offal heap in summer. Managed Krugrum, the blood in his mouth spilling down over his face. "Go, that's right," said his rival, nodding as if talking to a simpleton. Red in tooth and claw, innit? Shame to let good meat go to waste in a place like this, just as it's all kicking off.
He patted Krugum's cheek, cheery and malevolent, all at once, as he looked back over his shoulder.
Feeding time, mate,
he shouted, and a dozen toothy grins appeared in the hunter's blurring vision.
Look like old Krugum's found you some fresh meat after all.
Tales from the Age of Sigmar. The Scales of Victory.
Slowly, painfully, Tatunek blinked his eyes open. It was an atypical and far from comfortable sensation. Nowhere above the Ista Hootlan, greatest of all the temple vessels, was it ever truly dark. Glittering celestial energy was constantly being channeled through intricate arcane matrices built into the walls. The relics of the Old Ones glowed with inner brilliance at all times. Yet this corridor, deep in the vessel's bowels, was undeniably, suffocatingly gloom-dark. With a discomfited hiss, Tatunek rose from the chill floor and attempted to piece memory back together. He had been tending to one of the countless damaged systems within the temple vessel. The Istahutlan had not emerged unscathed from its recent confrontation with one of the eternal enemy's silver-skinned fortresses. The floor had given way, or had opened up and swallowed him of its own accord. So many wondrous mechanisms were worked into the bones of the vessel that it was impossible to say. Tatunek's considerations were interrupted as the darkness stirred. The skink turned at the sound of echoing footfalls. Headfin fled. The shadows took on form, complete with thick cords of muscle and deep azure scales. Even as the skink attempted to scuttle back, he knew it was pointless. There was little reasoning with two provoked Saurus guard, no matter why he had been set to watch this passage. A few seconds passed after the unexpected word before Tatunek dared open his eyes. A hiss left the skink at the sight of an obstinate halberd held mere centimetres from cleaving into his neck. Muttering a thankful prayer, Tatunek looked up as a seat of carved stone floated out from behind the now still Saurus. Another skink sat nestled in the throne's thrumming embrace. He was a stooped creature, leaning on a staff and drumming his claws idly against an orb in his lap. Scars crisscrossed his body, and a particularly grim laceration snaked up the side of his neck, caving in an eye and disappearing beneath the feathered crown perched upon his brow. Instantly, Tatunek prostrated himself. Even if the skink's identity was unknown, his rank was apparent.
Noble Starseer! Noble Starseer! Rise!
The priest wheezed. Blinking, Tatunek skittered back to his feet, only for the Starseer's staff to poke his chest. The implement rose to jab the skink's face and limbs as if in inspection, before the seated figure nodded.
You fell. There is a hoodlum who brought you here,
he said. Tatunek could only nod, drawing a thoughtful croak from the Starseer.
We require more attendants. The great plan flows in unpredictable fashion. You will suffice.
With that, the Starseer turned, floating back down the corridor, flanked by his guardians. Tatunek lingered a moment, uncertainty fluttering in his breast. Only a pointed pause from the Starseer saw him trailing along fitfully.
I am Ratchikak,
the Starseer said, as the other skink caught up. The elder's gaze never shifted from straight ahead. Tatunek, by contrast, could not stop glancing about. He had been wrong when he thought it completely dark.
Trapped starlight did glimmer from circuit-like carvings along the walls, albeit faintly, as if its strength was being diverted to feed some hidden purpose. The scant illumination shivered at the edge of faded friezes and mosaics. There is a discord in the lower realms. The constellar matrices speak of malformed divinity. The end of empires, Tutunek chirruped. Regikak nodded. Kragnos, the living earthquake, the vanquisher of Ur-Sabal. The cosmic order buckles beneath each stomp of his hooves. We fought him once before, in the times before the awakening of the mortal gods. Our masters sealed him beneath Gur. Expectant silence followed the Starseer's proclamation. A thought flickered in Tatunek's mind. He tried to conceal it, but Ratchikak noticed his eyes narrowing. Tepok's breath, Brightstale. Speak, question. How can you serve if you do not understand? I do not deny the might of the Star Masters, Tatunek said, casting a glance to the looming Saurus presence. But rumors tell, Blessed One, that Kragnos is warded against spells of even the strongest resonances. It is so, Regikak nodded. But the alignment of the fates saw fit to deliver us allies, the Draconeth. As they moved onwards, Tatunek's gaze shifted back towards the darkened corridor's walls. A fresco was wrought there of huge winged drakes set atop an array of towering peaks. Above them coiled a colossal serpentine figure wrought from stellar gemstones. The skink bowed his head instinctively in deference to the mighty Dracothian. The images continued as the skinks walked further down the echoing hallway. In the next, the drakes stood alongside horned centaurs, ranged against hybrids of humanoid and dragon crowned by dark storms. Beyond that, rendered in a terrible likeness of life, was the oversized visage of some horned deity, mountains of amber skulls crunched between its fangs. Tatunek was not sure whether it was his imagination or whether the illumination grew stronger then. It cast the next mosaics into stark relief, images of the centaurs, led by their terrible god, laying waste to the eyries of the drakes. In places the light pulsed faintly. Scenes of mountain peaks crashing to earth and draconic skulls piled high as the beasts were slaughtered, flickered like dancing shadows, sending the skink clicking in unease. They were nearing the end of the passage now. Ratchikak had gone silent. The cruel tableau mercifully ceased, followed by a scene of two drakes, one of noble aspect, another whose features were cast in shadow, arrayed in conference with the holy Star Masters. A final freeze awaited. Atop a mountain of horn, the twin drakes tore into the horned god as the slan surrounded them and Dracothian coiled above. The light pulsated, revealing the maw of the mountain opening to swallow the earthquake god. Tatunek let the tale wash over them. One thought stood out. But the Draconeth are gone, blessed master. The end of empires broke them, the skink said. He blinked as something approached. A smile flickered at the corner of Ratchikak's mouth. Come, there is something you should see. The Starseer's throne accelerated, Saurus loping along at its side. At last the party halted before an immense sealed portal. Here the circuitry glowed brighter still. Tatunek saw that it was arrayed into the glyphs of Itzel, divine master of beasts. Ratchikak extended a wizened arm, palm resting flat on the portal's face. The priest's eye lit up at the transfer of some subtle power. For around 10 minutes, all save Tatunek was still. The twitching skink was just about to speak up before the portal rumbled, stones slowly disappearing into the wall above. It opened into a wide hexagonal chamber. Saurus Guard stood sentinel at precise alignments, while skinks flitted back and forth. Most tended to the intricate lens array that dominated the ceiling, and that concentrated a soft focused beam of amber magic into a central plinth. Upon that platform stood a rough cut oval of stone. It was pitted and marked, scarred but not broken, seemingly lit from within as energies washed over it. "Now," Ratchikak said as Tatunek opened his mouth. The Starseer's voice was hushed as he floated closer. "We are just in time. Watch and perceive." The stone twitched. It twitched again. A pregnant quiet fell over the chamber as it rocked, the arcane beam growing in intensity. The stone's inner glow magnified as cracks suddenly splintered and rang along its face. No, not a stone at all. With another crack, the oval's flank ruptured. From the cavity emerged a reptilian wing caked in embryonic fluid. Claws followed, feeble and scrabbling, pulling the attached creature out into the light. The tiny drake staggered and toppled over atop the plinth, mewling as it scrambled unsteadily back to its feet. The assembled skinks let out a chirruping chorus of welcomes. The saurus rumbled, slamming the butts of their polearms against the floor as the infant drake spread its dripping wings and let out a reedy hiss of becoming. "The Alps," Tatunek breathed, staring in wonderment at the newborn creature. "The surviving Draconath knew they had no strength left, so they granted us their eggs to keep safe." The skink dared take a step forth as the drake turned and snapped warily. "We have hatched a Draconeth." "Oh, a Draconeth?" Ratchikak said, voice tinged with amusement. The Starseer let out a croaking chirp. Skinks darted about, depressing stone touches upon banks of arcane machinery in rhythmic order. Segments of what Tatunek had believed were walls rose, revealing spaces dark as the lightless void. As Tatunek watched, the blackness rippled, like a midnight river into which a stone was dropped. Realm Gate activation. Diffuse terracotta light spilled into the incubator chamber, etheric ward barriers shimmering into being before errant magic could wash over them. Tatunek expected the infant Draconeth to shy away. Instead, the young reptile turned towards the light, wings flared. Looking out from the portals, Tatunek realized that their chamber now appeared to hover over a vast expanse. The lands below resembled a small fragment of Gur, untouched by chaos, some secret dimensional fold painstakingly recreated by the Slann, no doubt. Tatunek had heard of such things, but never thought to see one. Beyond the portals, Tatunek beheld mist-clad peaks and an amber savanna. Shapes whirled amidst the clouds around them, winged reptiles, each the size of a bastillodon, all of which bore resemblance to the young creature on the plinth. On the flanks of the mountains, Tatunek picked out idols and stonework, crude but clear nascent artistry worked into their being. "In their wisdom, the Star Masters decreed that the Draconeth race be restored," Ratchikak said as he floated to stop beside the gawping Tatunek. "It has been a difficult process. Across the long centuries, we have hatched but a fraction. They desire to learn of their true culture. These things we cannot teach. Long have we attempted to discern their place in the great plan, but now the asterisms align clearly. The end of empires must be checked before the Astromatrix's plans are forever misaligned. With the Draconeth's presence, we can begin." Begin? Tatunek asked as he found his voice. "So they will fight alongside the war hosts?" "They will not," Ratchikak said. "The Draconeth have heard their instincts in these concealed places. They have listened to us speak of the wider war. All they require is leadership and suitable allies. The great plan conspires to now divide the paths of our fates. A new alignment is instead imposed upon the celestial paths." The Starseer raised his hands. Starlight danced around his fingertips. Tatunek watched over his master's head as an astrological sigil formed, that of Malice, the core of the broken world. Around it, a second layer of starfire blazed like a great ring. Such a thing existed, the skink knew. Mortals named it Sigmarabulum. Ratchikak's fingers twitched again, and the symbols of confluence blazed into existence around Sigmarabulum, even as it was draped into the shadows of spreading wing. A new era begins, Ratchikak nodded. An era of scale and of storm.